welcome along to Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series, the final day in terms of qualification through Group A here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We have a Swede at the top of the pile, but we've got some contenders close in behind. This is what happened yesterday. Mikuru Suzuki won her first game of the week yesterday, but we're yet to see the top levels from the Miracle, who saw her make the match play final this year. Chris Rickerton provided moments of magic, but will need to find more consistency at day 3 ahead of his assaults at the end of the week, this 1-5-6 coming in his victory against Kevin Painter. Decker missed double 12 for the 9 yesterday. 10 points, though, puts him in the mix for Group B. A whisker of a wire from perfection. Kevin Payne is in a similar situation, though he'll feel as if he should have had more of a say in the group winner conversation. Close defeat has been his Achilles heel this week. Haruki Muematsu has been putting in some of the perennial performances this week. 7 wins from 10 puts him well in the mix to qualify through to Saturday night on debut. As for Andreas Harrison, he has been clinical. He is also leading the field. 16 points. He is in pole position in the race towards the line. Yeah, there's been no fault with Andreas so far this week. Stood up here in his ivory tower, fresh from a night of being a part of the Prawn Sandwich Brigade. Matthew Edgar, very good morning to you. Interesting day here today because you've got Andreas top of the pile, but there's a couple of contenders just in behind.
Yeah, it's far from over this so far. When we look at the players behind, we've got Muematsu not far behind, just on a couple of points. Also Kevin Painter on 10 points as well. And Decker, who's been getting better and better as this one goes through. Decker's really impressed me because we didn't really know what to expect from him coming here. And certainly the opening couple of games, he was a little bit ropey in places, but he's got stronger and stronger as it's gone, and he's now starting to show his best.
Could he be the type of player that'd be like a Patrick van der Boegaard, a little bit like an Anton Oslund in the fact that you may not see the best of him in Group A, but there's enough signs there that later on in the week they could become prevalent, and in both of their cases, they went on to win the week.
Oh, there's been more than enough signs. No more signs than that 9-dart attempt. And that was a match-winning opportunity. You only put this guy in a 3-3 situation. We see his best darts. We really see that come through, which gives me a sign and indication that he really is good at handling and dealing with pressure scenarios. Really looking forward to seeing how he gets on for the week, and I would not be surprised to see him in Saturday night.
Well, this is how the table occupies itself then. 2 of the 3 days have been completed. Andreas Harrison is the man at the top of the pile. 16 points to his name. Haruki Muematsu just in behind, with Kevin Painter and Decker in the middle of the table. Chris Wickenden, well, a couple of wins on both days. He's on 8 points in 5th, whilst Mikuru Suzuki is confirmed to be participating pretty much no matter what in the affairs in Group C on Thursday and Friday morning. So that is how the table shapes up. Let's see how it's reflected in the outrights. This is how the bookies look at things this morning. Andreas Harrison goes in a heavy 1-5 favourite, but you were saying to me up here on the back before he went live this morning that you don't really like those odds.
I don't like them at all. He's only 2 points clear. That leg difference isn't big enough from Muematsu that we can realistically say it's a safety net. If Muematsu is to beat Andreas Harrison, those odds are going to completely flip-flop and turn around. I also think that as the day goes on, the way the fixtures have come out, Harrison has the better start to the day, but I think his fixtures get harder as the day goes on, where Muematsu is the other way round. I think his fixtures tail off towards the end of the day, and if it starts to get to that sort of pressure situation, I really, really like Muematsu at 100-30.
So that is 18 plus, begambleaware.org. And interestingly as well, Andreas Harrison takes on Mikuru Suzuki, who Mikuru beat yesterday.
Yeah, and when we look at Mikuru Suzuki, she's not been the Mikuru Suzuki that we sort of know. lady that is a multiple-time winner now on the ladies' tour, a 2-time world champion. She won one of those world championships, not dropping a set. She has a quality about her, but she's not yet shown that. I don't think we see it today. She's coming here today after 2 days of heavy defeats, and towards the back end of the day really tails off. I wouldn't be surprised to see her have another torrid day today, but I reckon we're going to see a completely different version of her come Thursday and Friday.
Be interesting to see. Right, let's have a look at today's bet builder then. This is an amalgamation of bets that make their way through the exchanges, and we put it into a handy little acca for you. Right, it pays just under 4.5 to 1 this morning. Andreas Harrison in the handicap betting market under 1.5. That's 4-2 or better against Chris Wickenden at 11 to 10. Over 5.5 legs in the battle between Decker and Wickenden, and Haruki Murematsu to get the better of Kevin Painter at 8 to 11. Just some thoughts on that.
I do like these sort of over 5.5 bets. I think we're going to get quite a couple of close games today. Certainly towards the back end of the day, the more pressure that arrives on a game, the more likely we're going to have more holes to throw, and I think that's going to give us the longer matches. The Murematsu one's interesting, because that game with Murematsu and Kevin Painter yesterday, although you can look at the scoreline and go, oh, it's 4-0, it must have been comfortable. When we look at the averages, oh, it was comfortable. Murematsu absolutely demolished him. But there was a lot more to it than that. There was quite a little bit of needle in that game. From one side, it was one-sided, Kevin Painter towards Murematsu. Murematsu was head down, and he was sort of just trying to ignore it. He did a very good job of just being in his own zone and not engaging with Kevin. But it'll be really interesting when that game comes around to see how that one fares.
Look at the glint in his eye. He loves a bit of tungsten tension, doesn't he? Right, let's get the first game on, shall we? Haruki Murematsu against Decker gets our day started. Matt's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Murphy. Morning, Murph.
Morning, Henry. Morning, everybody. Yeah, thank you very much. Looking forward to this meeting between Murematsu and Decker. It is the Japanese player who is chasing down Andreas Harrison at the top of the table, as the boys on the balcony mentioned. And Decker, well, he's kind of amongst the best of the rest on 10 points, along with KP, Kevin Painter in this group, Chris Wickenden and Mikuru Suzuki also in action today. Suzuki facing Harrison in the second game of the session. But first up, this meeting between the giant, imposing figure.
First leg, Haruki to throw first.
Of Decker.
Game on.
Paul Hinks gets the action underway for another day of darts here at the MODUS Super Series.
100.
Strong and steady with his start, and that might be how he needs to approach the day. As Matthew Edgar said, he's the man who is probably has a better chance of catching Andreas Harrison than the bookies might seem to think.
I can't believe those odds. I really can't. I think Murematsu's got a fantastic chance of doing so. If there is a danger, though, it does come down to the way the fixtures break down for me. I think he's got
79.
the much harder start to the day, and then we're talking about scoreboard pressure. What does the table reflect as? How does it affect Murematsu if he feels like he's going to be chasing throughout the day?
140.
And there is one alarming sign that I picked up this morning when I was looking back across the first couple of days' action, and that is that Murematsu, his worst performance always
100.
comes in match number 1. He can't afford that today. It has to be hitting the ground running if he's going to chase down Andreas Harrison, especially when you look that Harrison's going to be taking on Mikuru Suzuki, who is bottom of the table with just 11 legs on the board.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and I think that's probably how the bookies see it, that it's fair to say that Murematsu has a tough opening couple of matches in comparison
70.
to Harrison, who not only plays
121.
Suzuki, but also Chris Wickenden, the bottom two in his first two, and they may feel that he might be too far ahead by then. If you are going to have a flutter, of course, do gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus begambleaware.org for information on
152.
safer gambling. And almost as if to make Matt's point for him, Decker is first to a finish
32.
on Haruki Murematsu's darts in match 1.
Game shot on the
And he hits
first
that
leg.
finish as well,
Decker.
so already up against it here.
Second leg quarter through first.
It really does come down to these first couple of laps
Game
of
on.
fixtures. If we've got a race on for the top, or if we're going to be spending most of our time today looking over who's going into which group for the rest of the week. Is it Group B or Group C? But I think I've seen enough in Cordecca here to
100.
suggest that he's got the capabilities here of not just getting through to Saturday night, but maybe causing a bit of a stir, a bit of a shock, and picking up a weekly title. He's shown some really
86.
good glimpses at times.
Yeah, I think that can be said of some of the players in this group. The only player really that hasn't
59.
shown what they can do is Mikuru Suzuki. A kind of bizarre that she got her only win against Muramatsu, who is
84.
challenging right at the top of the table. But again, that match won, wasn't it?
It was his opening fixture yesterday when he got shocked by Suzuki. When you look at the
44.
rest of the group all taking 4 points off her, it's almost like he's playing this group with a bit of a handicap. I do wonder how much of that comes down to the different parts of the world and where they're from. We see quite
140.
often players struggle more against someone they know locally, probably because they get to see them on more occasions and know what they're more capable of than people like ourselves who see people sort of
140.
sporadically across the year.
Muramatsu hoping to fight back here. Deco on a big finish.
100.
That last start
Quarter
could be
car
crucial
158.
for Muramatsu. Would have been on 131, but for that finding the treble. But that's a good guide for Cordecca. Goes the wrong side of it.
84. Haruki Khan 91.
Be interesting to see who's aggressive here. I was half expecting the bullseye route here, due to the nature of soft tip darts being played predominantly around the bullseye area.
66. Quarter car
That
74.
situation, he's also guaranteed himself a dart at the double. It's deemed more of an old school route now. Cordecca an opportunity here at tops. May have to move. That's a little bit awkward. Opens up half of the bed.
54.
Clouds
Haruki
into the
Khan
material, the
25.
equipment in the way. Gives Muramatsu an opportunity. Get that break of throw back.
Getting shot on the
does
second
do
leg. Haruki
So some
Muramatsu.
danger averted here by Haruki Muramatsu. We will keep you up to date with that race for
Third
top
leg
spot.
Haruki to third first.
today goes
Game
on.
on.
He's the only realistic competitor to Andreas Harrison. Kevin Painter and Cordecca are both 6 points off the pace. That's a lot to make up
100.
with only 10 to play for.
Well, let me just throw a bit of a spanner in the works here. Mikuru Suzuki has won one game. It came in her opening game yesterday.
59.
If she was to get her second win and cause a sizable upset, absolutely busting any acca that is out there and beat Andreas Harrison, that would open it back up again if she then reverted back
27.
to type for the rest of the group and didn't pick up another victory, because everybody else would gain 2 points on Harrison.
140.
Yeah, of course, they would have to win their first game as well. Otherwise, it would be as you were, but with less games to play for. So a big reliance on Suzuki for Cordecca, for example, if he wins
97.
this match. And then if she did manage to beat Harrison, then Kevin Painter would be in the same position.
I know I'm playing the game on paper here, but let me just give a little bit more context to this. Andreas Harrison's worst match has been his first one, the last 2 days.
63.
Where Suzuki has been averaging the same, or if not better, than Andreas Harrison across those first 2 opening fixtures. So Muramatsu might have a bit more hope of winning this group,
45.
and we may see Kevin Painter or Cordecca make a move. But a lot comes onto that next game.
Yeah, well, for him, if it weren't for that defeat to Mikuru Suzuki in his first match yesterday, he would be level with Andreas
59.
Harrison already.
This is what I love about Wednesdays at the Super Series. We already started with the ifs and buts, and we're only 2 legs in.
The most likely way we'll get a tight race is if Muramatsu wins this match. It would
65.
condemn Kordeka to fighting out for a Group B spot, really, with Kevin Painter. They play each other in Game 7. That could be a potential playoff by that point. But it is all ifs, buts, coulds,
140.
maybes.
Rookie car 167.
And all will be revealed as the day plays out between now and about 2 o'clock. Decker is in position to break again.
95. Corridor car 40. Getting shot on the third leg.
No problems from
Kordeka.
Kordeka. Good start to the day. 5 scores of a 140.
Fourth leg quarter through
With an average
first.
of nearly
Game on.
93. Did average just a shy under 80 for the entire day on day 1, but it got better as the day went. Yesterday, rose that up.
42.
Quite sizable, actually, around about 9 points to the 88 mark. And quite a lot of that comes down to his doubling. So he hit the same amount of doubles, 14 legs won. But yesterday he used 21 darts less
85.
on the doubles. Now, the doubles is where you tend to find people have a bit of frailty when they're feeling nervous, because it's moving around the board, not just throwing at the same area. But it's also got that psychological element of, I win
83.
or I lose this leg on this dart, where you don't get that on a treble 20. Certainly in this situation here, a couple of darts in. So a good sign there that he's really settling into this task.
140.
It'd be interesting to know which players are sort of relentless
99.
lookers at the table, which ones are trying to map their way and to what position. What do they think? Does Kordeka think he's got a chance of topping the table? Does Kevin Painter think
60.
he can still do it? Or is he thinking, I need to make sure I get in Group B? It would be an interesting look into the minds of the players. The only one that I'm pretty certain knows their
97.
fate is Mikuru Suzuki.
And again, just putting that ifs and buts forward. She knows that. Do we get a scenario where she comes
140.
out swinging today and potentially causes the biggest stir of this group so far by upping Harrison, getting to 18?
Yeah, for her, if she loses one match, she's definitely in Group C.
59. Rookie car 76.
Painter and Decker, one of them would definitely get to 12 in any scenario. I think we can safely say she's there already, but yeah, we might see a more relaxed Mikuru. Will that result in better performance?
Getting shot on the
Well,
fourth
this
leg.
match is a
Rookie
strange one,
Muramatsu.
because we've had 4 breaks of throw now. 76 finish there from Muramatsu. So
Fifth leg.
at this
Rookie to
point,
throw
as a
first.
commentator,
Game
I would
on.
normally say to take control of the match, but in this match, doesn't feel like anybody's had control at any point.
I went up to have a chat with Henry Deacon yesterday, and I was talking about Muramatsu, and I said
140.
about how I feel he could win this group if he tightens up his finishing. So it was the biggest weakness in his game, and we're starting to work it out, and it was getting down to the 20% mark,
55.
getting to the 1 in 5. Since I had that conversation with Henry, he went 4 in 7, 4 from 6, 4 from 4, 100%. Only missing
97.
5 darts at a double in the back end of the day, and he won all 3 matches. And then today, 2 from 3. I hope they've not got sound on in that players' room, because he
45.
may just want to wag a finger at me and say, "That's how you finish, pal."
Muramatsu
60.
has made better progress so far. Only 106 darts for Kordeka in this 5th leg. So for the first hold,
96.
Muramatsu's going to have at least half a dozen from 204. Now I think I can say he's taking control of this match.
$100. 57. Haruki Car 104.
Just at that key moment when Kordeka needs it the most. Couple of troublous visits in this leg. Muramatsu, a finish he's taken out already this week.
72.
Not this time, but plenty of time for Haruki Muramatsu. A little less time now.
80. Haruki Car 32.
Time. Key word. Or is it too late?
Has it rattled his cage,
No score. Call your
The
car
maximum.
68.
piling the pressure on Muramatsu, who was having an easy leg. Now he might lose the leg. Decker just shaking it out, did not like that, having to adjust.
36.
And all the good work avails to
Haruki
nothing.
Car 32.
Complete misfire there from the Sheriff, a long way off. 4 fantastic darts to give himself an opportunity in a leg. It looked like he
Game
had no
shot on the
opportunity.
fifth leg. Haruki Muramatsu.
Now he does have no opportunity. Muramatsu confirms the leg, and he's just one leg away now
6 leg quarter through
from
first.
winning the
Game
match. For
on.
Kordeka, that'll be disappointing because as a player, that is the perfect time to break at 2-2 because he could have broke the throw, walked straight down the oki,
58.
kept Muramatsu stood at the back of the stage waiting with that sort of 10-second gap between legs as well. He could have been at the back of the stage for 40 seconds to a minute, just pondering those 3 missed doubles.
140.
And a good start against the darts in leg 6.
100.
Remember, the man that he's chasing down, Andreas Harrison, plays next against Mikuru Suzuki. If he wins this game, Muramatsu will be level on points on 16. If he wins it in this leg,
85.
he'll be just a couple of legs behind on the leg difference. So there is the prospect that he could be top of the table after the first 2 matches.
96.
I think we're in for a real interesting day. There's going to be some twists and turns throughout the day, and I still think Kevin Painter's going to be a name we're discussing at some point
80.
today for reasons of being in with a squeak at some point of potentially joining the top 2 party.
140.
Painter does come up in our 3rd match. We'll be taking on Chris Wickerden.
Decker may need the 107 to stay in this match and to join the party himself, or to keep his hopes
100.
alive of
Call your car
at
107.
least being invited. Looked like a slightly delayed decision, that of which route to go from Kordeka.
53.
96 from
Haruki Car
Muramatsu
96.
would make Kordeka's party invitation lost in the post.
Double 20. Argument that double double's a better route
56.
there.
Call your car
Muramatsu
54.
Stuck with his plan. Double 18. Having to move. Could see that there was a little bit of flight in the way there, and it caught it. Double 9. Oh,
Game
good
shot on the
dart.
6th leg.
Kordeka
Kordeka.
forces a last leg decider in what could be a crucial match.
7th and
both
final
players.
leg. Maruki to throw first. Game on.
Match-saving dart there for Kordeka. You feel he only had the one shot at it. Muramatsu left himself tops. He's doubling sizably better. But both these players know how to produce in the last leg. We've
85.
seen some good last leg shootouts so far from the pair. So with that in mind, you'd say Muramatsu having the advantage of throw could be the deciding factor.
86.
As a player, when you're stood at the back of the stage in a deciding leg and you see your opponent go 20 treble 3, you think happy days. And then when that last one goes in a big power
100.
scoring treble, it almost unsettles you a little bit at times because you think you're going to have a better opportunity than the one that you've got.
137.
If that didn't unsettle him, that might. Two big trebles from Kordeka. Doesn't give him an advantage in terms of the blocks and the patterns
59.
of play. It gives him an opportunity now. Trebleless visit from Muramatsu. Maybe writing his chances out pretty early in the day.
48.
Oh, need something big. Minimum requirement here is one treble to get to a finish. He's
100.
found one. I'm not sure how. It looked like it was going to be difficult and a switch might have been better, but he's found the treble 20. And if Kordeka doesn't, well, what's Kordeka done here? What's he done? Now needs a treble. He gets a treble.
93. Haruki Okar 157.
I believe he could have used the 25 and bull option as well, but very, very risky play there, but it might all be irrelevant.
97. Koryokar
He digs himself out of the hole
137.
here that he's made for himself. That'll be impressive to say the least.
'93. Haruki Okar 60.
Well, for a win that would see him tie at the top of the table, it's been a tension-filled game. But
Game
Haruki
shot on the mat.
Muramatsu has
Haruki
got that win,
Muramatsu.
and he does take that step towards the top. Level on points now with Andreas Harrison, but Decker, maybe that will mean it's a battle for Group B for the Sheriff. Muramatsu takes the spoils in that one, and that makes things very, very interesting for the man who's trying to chase down Andreas Harrison, who takes on Mikuru Suzuki next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it was tight and dramatic in the end, but Haruki Muromatsu has got over the line against Kordeka by 4 legs to 3 to pick up his first win of the day and to really, really intensify this race at the top of Group A, where the leader of it, Andreas Harrison, is going to find himself in action now. He takes on Mikuru Suzuki, the miracle from Japan, and will be hoping that she can do her compatriot Haruki Muromatsu a favour in this particular match. But early on this morning, Chris Murphy caught up with Andreas for a bit of a chat.
Andreas, a very good week for you so far at the Super Series. How would you describe your week?
Yeah, I'm pleased with so far. So yeah, hope to keep up going and maybe do some better things.
Last time you were here in Group A, you lost out by 2 points at the top of the table. Today you're 2 points ahead. Is it a big ambition for you to win this group?
Not really. My ambition is to go to Saturday. Don't matter what the way is, but it would be great to get through directly.
How much do you enjoy playing here?
Yeah, it's wonderful. I love it.
And the group that you're in, there are some difficult players to play. The closest to you is Haruki Muromatsu. Do you see it being a race between you and him for that first place?
Don't try to look at the table so much. So just go in and do my stuff. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's second. I just want to do my stuff.
And recently from the Baltic and Nordic region, we saw Anton Östlund win the week here. It would be nice for you to join him at Champions Week, right?
That would be fantastic.
Thanks very much. Good luck today.
Thank you.
It would be fantastic for Andreas Harrison. He's set his sights on finals now. However he gets there, he's not completely attached to the fact that he has to win this group. He backs himself to do what he did last time. He finished second and then made it through in Group B alongside the man sitting next to me, Matthew Edgar. But this lady, Mikuru Suzuki, Matt, well, she could be the spoiler, couldn't she?
She could be. We know she's got the game. She's a 2-time Ladies World Champion, and she very nearly was the Fallon Sherrick just a couple of days before.
First leg,
Sherrick
Mikuru to throw first. Game on.
won that match at the Alexandra Palace. She missed a dart to beat James Richardson. But that's been the story of her day, or the story of her days. And the story potentially of this match, when we look at both these players and we look at those finishing percentages, they're on complete different spectrums. Mikuru Suzuki, over the last 2 days, finishing percentage has just been 18%. Whereas Andreas Harrison,
43.
over the last 2 days. Now, remember, we always say that the average for the Super Series on the doubles is around about 33%. Andreas Harrison, over 10 matches,
60.
is running at a finishing percent of 47%.
Yeah, that is such a strength in his game. And it's nothing new either.
81.
He's done that kind of thing when he's been here before. Just so reliable on doubles. But this would be the match that would really start to stir things up in this group. So
140.
Andreas Harrison on 16 points, along with Haruki Muromatsu. But this is his game in hand, if you like. Kevin Painter on 10 points, played 10.
43.
This is the 11th game for Harrison. Muromatsu has just played his 11th game. Painter would move to 12 with victory over Chris Wickenden, who himself is on 8 points and very much in the mix for a Group B finish. There's still going to be plenty to be sorted out today, not just
40.
who wins the group, who will go to Group B, who will go to Group C. And joining this week, Ryan Palmer, Mike Gillett and Tommy Lishman in Group B, Ricky Palmer, Shane McGurk and Alex
54.
Small in Group C.
And if you are a fan of Andreas Harrison and you're hoping to see him qualify through today, just a little warning for you.
100.
His worst game of the day, by the numbers, has always been this one. Match number 1, the early morning game. Whereas for Suzuki,
140.
better one.
Mikuru car 76.
She's made the better start. 76 after 15. 16 after 16.
60.
Can't get the game
Andreas
won
Rukar,
after 18,
140.
so Harrison will get a go at this big finish.
He's taken a few out already. 4 big finishes so far this week. He won't be adding the 140 on this occasion.
100.
Suzuki,
Mikuro
he's already
Rukar,
missed a couple of
16.
darts. Gets 3 more to win the opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg. Mikuro Suzuki.
That is the big warning shot there for Andreas Harrison, but
Second leg, Andreas to throw
also get the
first.
feeling
Game on.
that Muramatsu will be watching this result, as will Kevin Painter, who can still play a part in this. We think Decker has pretty much ran his race in terms of
One
winning
out of
this
them,
group after losing
40.
that opening match 4-3 to Muramatsu. Kevin Painter up next against Chris Wickerden would be really encouraged if he could see a victory here for Suzuki.
70.
Yeah, this is a start that the chasing pack, particularly the leader of it, Muramatsu, wanted. Suzuki
One out of
actually
them, 40.
dented his chances by beating a fellow Japanese star yesterday. But this is really good stuff from Suzuki.
121.
One of those
100.
groups, one of those weeks as well, where you wouldn't be totally surprised to see a player at the top have a bad day and maybe lose 3 or 4 matches, a player at the bottom have a good day and win 3 or 4.
With the greatest of respect here, we're not
125.
talking about a
Andreas
player at the top of the table who's had a
121.
20, 30-year career at the top of the game. Andreas Harrison is still very new to international standard darts.
65.
Well, all Suzuki can do in this leg is try and put some pressure on the 56.
$60.
Hasn't really
Andreas
managed to
Rukar,
do that.
56.
So double top for the Swede.
Game shot on the
that
second leg.
finishing is
Andreas
there
Harrison.
For Harrison, no trouble at all on the doubles.
When I
Third
was
leg,
looking over
Mikuro to
that
throw first. Game on.
odds this morning of 1-5 and Andreas Harrison, and then I looked across to his finishing stats and 47%. I thought, well, that's the strength and the reason why he's in that top position.
100.
And surely you can't keep that going for a third day. Well, there's signs there that that theory may be busted pretty quick.
100. One out of them, 40.
It was interesting chatting to Andreas. Very nice man, calm, he's relaxed about the game. Don't think we can say the same about our
100.
next player, Kevin Painter, coming up in game 3. Although he might be a happy chappy after last night. I believe he was at the Southampton football stadium watching Ipswich get a victory there.
100.
He wasn't too happy at the end of the night because he got back to the car
45.
and I was still eating my
Mikuro
cheese and biscuits.
161.
Made him sit in the car park for 25 minutes.
Oh, this is brilliant. The bullseye.
136.
Good attempt from Mikuru Suzuki. That would have been a real champagne shot akin to your exploits last night. Just to explain to the viewers, a few people from the Super Series went to that match. Some were being wined and dined in a box, and some were having
100.
pie and peas in the stand.
Mikuro 25.
So 2 darts at the double here for Suzuki. She could have had 3 if she opted not to go for that bullseye.
9.
I guess
Andreas
technically she
Rukar
still had 3 darts at the double.
156.
Both legs on throw, she's been in this kind of position. Harrison on a big one while she's waiting on a double. And he's not going to take the big one.
60. Mikuro 16.
So a replica of that opening leg. Could be a replica of the opening leg in terms of who wins it. Two fantastic darts right on the wire.
8.
Really well thrown
Andreas
darts.
Yulka, 96.
No reward. You see the frustration there. It's very frustrating as a player when you're so close but so far away. And of course, a man who's been hitting every double
40.
decides to go for 2.
Mikuro Yuka, 8.
Double 4 for Mikuru Suzuki to make it 2 legs against the league leader.
Game shot on the third leg. Mikuro Suzuki.
Chris Harrison here is facing a little bit of pressure.
Fourth leg, Andreas to throw first. Game on.
If Mikuru Suzuki were to win this match, and if she were to win it by 2 legs,
135.
Andreas Harrison, oh sorry, if she were to win it by 3 legs, so if she's to win the next 2 legs, Andreas Harrison would drop from the top of the table.
100.
Let's throw a bit of context on this. We're talking about how big of a sizable upset and a shock this would be. When we look at the sports book, very good indicator, because I've never known any bookie want to give money away. Mikuru Suzuki opened the match with the dart. She was throwing first in this match, which is a sizable advantage in a race to 4. She was 8-1
60.
to win the match. In context, Andreas Harrison is 1-5 to win the group.
And she's having strongholds of throw in this game. He's dominating on his own throw.
121.
But what Matt just mentioned about having the throw, that can be the difference. She could be terrible on his throw all the way through the match, but if she finds 4 good legs on her own throw,
60.
then she gets the
Andreas
points.
Yulka, 65.
That's all she has to do. I like this route for 65.
49.
Yeah, no problem with missing there. Mikuru Suzuki would really have needed a maximum to make him think at all. And she can't leave the finish now.
45. Andreas Yulka, 16. 8.
Time is a terrible thing for a player. When someone's breathing down your neck sometimes, give me that bit of urgency. In those situations, you're often hit. But when you feel that you've got 6 darts, 9 darts,
100.
you tend to use them.
Andreas Yulka, 8.
Strange old game.
Is it going to get stranger?
4.
Are
Mikuru
we going
Yuka,
to see stranger things
136.
here at the Super Series? Now we're going to see the strangest thing. Andreas Harrison losing this leg, which he led by what, about 300 points at
100.
one point?
Andreas
Well, now he's lost
Yulka,
time,
4.
he's got the urgency. He'll probably go up and hit this first dart now, smack bang in the middle.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Andreas Harrison.
Well, not quite in the middle, but in the double, and that's all that mattered. Harrison squares it up at 2-2, but
Fifth leg, Mikuro to throw
the
first.
first couple of
Game on.
matches have really already provided this drama in the race for first place. Both Haruki Muramatsu and Andreas Harrison embroiled in real battles.
7.
And what you've just seen there is probably very relatable to our viewers that play darts as well. They're probably going to a venue sometimes. They'll see the draw come out at their local, and they'll see they've drawn someone like Chris Murphy.
140.
They'll think, I'll beat him. That'll be easy. And then they play worse.
I'd like to say he was speaking from experience there, but it did happen once. I messed around at some
100.
local event, and Mike Gillett, who plays here at the Super Series, smashed me. But the first leg, missed about 14 darts at double, and then I had a few darts at double. He hit it in the
24.
end, and he said I mean, it's a bit insulting to me, really, but he said I would have been so embarrassed at losing a leg to you that it just got in my head, and I got nervous.
60.
Take it he's no longer on the Christmas card list.
Well, actually, he went on and won the tournament, and the way that tournament works, it meant I got some bonus points for losing to the eventual winner. So I might even put a fiver in the Christmas card.
180.
This could be the move, though, for Andreas Harrison. Mikuru Suzuki started this leg with a sloppy score of 7. And Andreas Harrison, despite having a similar turn himself when he only scored 24 points in his
43.
second
Andreas
visit, has
Yulkar,
now
157.
got a grip on the game thanks to that maximum. He's second in it. Treble 19. Double top. Is
Game
that
shot
the
on the
moment?
5th leg.
Andreas Harrison
Harrison.
stamps his authority on this group. A fabulous finish from the Super Swede at the Super Series.
6th leg, Andreas to through
1-5-7
first. Game on.
to move in front for the first time in this match.
I'm not very good at accents, so I'm not going to attempt it. I'm just going to reference Paul Nicholson instead of attempting the accent. But he loves those sort of shots.
100.
Those big 6-start conversions, a 180 followed by a 157. Conversion of 337 points there. Following a 24 from Andreas Harrison, where he sort of sprayed them all around the board.
100.
Yeah, really, really good. Eyes on the prize now.
85.
Suzuki hasn't had a good leg against the throat.
Even if Andreas Harrison does go on to win this one, which is looking a little less likely now as Mikuru Suzuki hits her 4th maximum of the week. The couple of legs that she has taken could be significant in the group.
100.
Competitive in the scoring stakes in this game. Most legs have been dominant from one player. This one is firmly in the balance.
100.
Especially with that last start there. It forces Dirty Harry into 2 trebles really here to comfortably
100. Mikuru
control
Yulkar,
of the leg.
121.
in this position. You definitely want to be Mikuru. Not now. 106 points left. Bit of
39.
a slip.
Andreas Yulkar, 116.
Opportunity now for Andreas Harrison to confirm the points. Just put a bit of breathing room between himself and
100.
Matsu once again.
Mikuru Yulkar, 82.
He's waiting with a match-winning double in his sights. But Mikuru Suzuki is going to get one to save the match, provided she hits a single 17. Which she only just does. For a dart at tops,
42.
and it's over the top,
Andreas
and it could be
Yulkar,
over.
16.
Double 4.
Game
This
shot on the
time,
match. Andreas Harrison.
nails it, and he gets the better of Mikuru Suzuki. A really decent darting duel, that one. Harrison needed to answer Haruki Murematsu's victory over Kordeka in the first match, and he did, but not without some trouble that Mikuru Suzuki caused him in the first half of that game. The 157 turned the tables, and Harrison picked up the points that put him back too clear at the top of the table. Coming next is a first look today at Chris Wickenden and the artist, Kevin Painter.
The chase is on. Andreas Harrison follows up Haruki Muratsu's victory of one of his own, getting the better of Bakura Suzuki by 4 legs to 2. 1-5-7 in the middle portion of the match, helping his chances there. So that moves him on to 18 points. As to Chris Wickenden and Kevin Painter, the pair find themselves in the middle portion of the table. And to see who wins this one, into the box, it's Matthew Edgar. Is there any cheese and biscuits with you alongside Murph?
I was just having a chat about cheese and biscuits, actually. A lovely evening there in the executive suite. Kevin Painter was there as well, but he was in the stands watching his beloved Ipswich Town. He doesn't like all that razzmatazz. He says he likes to be out there with a pie, burger, the drink, getting involved in the atmosphere, which is just how he plays this game, really. He's always been one of those sort of lively characters, very bubbly. And he had a couple of lively performances yesterday, but he's going to want to kickstart this the same way he has the last couple of days. He has won his opening fixture on day 1 and day 2. 81. In contrast, Chris Wickenden has lost this opening fixture on both days. Kevin Painter, someone we know knows how to prepare for a TV game and for a match. And
100.
He was the first player here again this morning, sat in the practice room from around about 7:30 this morning, sat in there on his own, just getting up,
137,
sitting on a table by himself that he's set up in the corner. He is up for the challenge today. He knows it's a big task, but this guy's climbed Darting Mountains before.
60.
Absolutely. Can't really imagine Kevin Painter with a prawn sandwich, to be honest, anyway. He would have been happy on the terraces. He was
123.
not the only person there, was he? Henry Deacon was there. Now, people don't know about Henry. He actually works part-time as a steward for Southampton Football Club.
I can share a Super Series story with you actually as well, if you'd like.
Well, let's have it after they've had one of these checkouts. Painter's not taking this one.
100.
Chris Wickenden
170.
the big one, and if he does, all eyes on Kevin Painter.
Can't take it from here. So Kevin Painter, an opportunity to break the throw here in the opening
60.
leg.
Kevin Newcar 60.
20 and tops. Target. He loves it up this part of the board.
20. Chris Newcar 110.
Doesn't like that. And won't like this if Chris can claim. It all really changed, didn't it? It all changed for Painter, didn't it, when he lost to Wickenden yesterday, 4-3. He'd won his first 2
44.
matches.
Kevin Newcar
lost
40.
this fixture, and the wheels came off from there, really.
It changed within the fixture, I think, when Chris Wickenden took out that 156. That sort of like changed his whole demeanour and his attitude.
10.
Just like this might.
Chris Newcar 66.
66. $16 for double 16. Painter will be kicking himself if
Getting
this
shot
goes
on
in,
the
and it
first
has gone
leg.
in.
Chris Wickenden. Second leg, Kevin
Already a
to
right
first.
smile from
Game
Painter.
on.
5 missed starts to break through in the opening leg.
58.
I believe you had a little tale to tell us, Matthew.
Yeah, this one comes down to one of our referees here at the MODUS Super Series.
83.
Owen Binks. Now, at the end of the night, we sat there and says, right, let's get a tip together for the lady who's behind the bar and running our box for us.
As you should.
Owen gets out a handful of coins and puts some coins on the table. It's like he shaked them out of his piggy bank before he came.
100.
He always ceases to amaze me, that boy.
Who turns up to a VIP box with a pocket full of change?
At the Super Series this week, we've got the benefit of
82.
the experienced official Paul Hinks calling out the numbers. Kevin Painter won't be told he's on a checkout here, having left 163.
97.
He did it from 263, but he did it at a time when probably didn't need to think about leaving a finish.
45.
Often when
Kevin
Painter's given
Newcar,
time to
66.
think, that's when things go wrong.
$50.
Leaves it handy. 88 when he comes back.
$95.
He's
Kevin
always
Newcar,
his friend yet
16.
this morning. He's had 6 attempts without success. Don't expect that to carry on for too much longer with Kevin Painter.
Game shot on the second leg.
The
Kevin
run
Painter.
of missed doubles is over.
After this, Core Decker takes on
Third
Makuru
leg, Chris to throw
Suzuki.
first.
Then
Game on.
Painter will have a game against Haruki Muramatsu. Now, yesterday when they played, there was all sorts going on. Nobody knows what was going on, but we know there was all
100.
sorts going on. Certainly in the mind of Kevin Painter, who, well, his looks could kill, put it that way. And then Andreas Harrison takes on Chris
78.
Wickenden. That's just occurred to me that Harrison and Painter, on the back of Andreas Harrison's shirt, because of his Dirty Harrison sort of mantle, it says, "Do I feel lucky?" Kevin Painter could have, "How's your look?" couldn't he, on the
100.
back of his.
Something else to pick up on here in the Painter game is he's not playing with the same darts that he ended yesterday with. This is a set of darts that we saw him play one match with yesterday, which was at the start of the day,
55.
and then he changed them back to the darts he played with on day number 1. Obviously, he wasn't happy with how he ended the day, and when we look at the averages for the end of the day, it was a 77.85 and a 77.28.
140.
Obviously feels there's something not quite right in his game at the moment.
These are the ones with the
140.
grip
Chris Newcar,
grooves, if you like, on
161.
We have seen him deviate between the two pairs. Also a battle of the shirts this match, isn't it?
99.
The palette of colour on the Painter shirt. But if he's the Painter, Chris Wickenden's looks a bit like the wallpaper,
58.
doesn't it?
Chris Newcar, 62.
Remind me not to come around for tea in your house if that's the wallpaper you've got, Chris.
Double 16 for 2-1.
46. Kevin Newcar,
Painter
170.
took this finish out at the first World Seniors Championship. Big moment it was for the artist at the Circus Tavern. Not repeating it here.
Speak very fondly of trying to win one of those seniors titles.
59.
Trying to put the time
Chris
in. That's
Newcar,
why he's here at the
16.
Super Series. Getting some timing on the board, getting lots of match practice against quality players. Being introduced to new faces. Despite Chris Wickenden living about 10 minutes away from Kevin Painter.
Game shot on the
First time the
third
two have
leg.
met.
Chris Wickenden.
And on the third day, it's going the way of Chris Wickenden.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Painter throwing for parity here in game 3 of today.
60.
And in terms of his chance of getting in Group B, game 1 went well for Kevin Painter, didn't it? Core Decker beaten, the man who was on the same points as him, so he could
45.
make that third place his own with a victory here. But defeat here, suddenly he looks much less likely, because not only does he stay on 10 points along with Core Decker, Chris Wickenden joins the
47.
pair of them on 10 points as well. I find it a
140.
really interesting week, because I still don't think, and people may scoff at the suggestion of Suzuki making it, but Still don't think we've seen a player who I can
119.
confidently say won't make it to finals night, just based on the groups for the rest of the week.
I think when I saw the lineup for this week, first word that came to mind was opportunity.
98.
Normally you look through a week and you go, they'll win it, and if they don't, they will. I haven't really had that thought or conversation yet this week, and on the basis of what
57.
I've seen so far in Group A, I'm still not confident in putting forward a prediction. I'm sure before I leave, though, you're going to ask me for one.
Certainly will. I'll give you a little bit more time, but it's about
58.
making it through to Champions Week, edging ever closer here at the MODUS Super Series. We already have 6 of the places filled. Week 1, won by Matt Clark. Week 2, a victory at finals night by Daryl
78.
Pilgrim, and what a week
Visual
that
car
was for him.
160.
Record-breaking average, 9-dart finish as well. Week 3, Marino Michels. Week 4, Conan Whitehead, former champion here at the Super Series.
100.
Week 5,
Kevin car 140.
Scandinavia, Anton Oslund. And week 6, last week, Rob Grundy with victory.
60.
That's the field so
Visual
far.
car 60.
He'll be joining them. Stay with us to find out. Chris Wickenden can take a step towards bettering his chances here.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Chris Wickenden.
Kevin Painter wants to stay alive in the race for winning Group A. He's going to have to
5th leg,
win
Chris to throw first.
all 3
Game on.
legs that remain in this match. And the biggest concern right now for Kevin Painter is, 1, the performance isn't there. And 2, he's going to have to break the throw of Chris Wickenden twice.
60.
Yeah, he's in a bit of peril here, Painter. We might see a couple of exciting races. We might see the top 2 go off and have a battle between themselves.
140.
And then the players in 3rd, 4th and 5th all battle for 3rd place, which would be a really good subplot in this group. And then Mikuru Suzuki going around just trying to
57.
cause destruction. Will she cause destruction in the next game when she takes on Decker?
119.
Is there a way back for Painter in this one? I remember correctly, he was 3-1 up on Wickenden yesterday. Finds himself in
100.
the complete reverse position.
$140.
He showed some good fight at the back end of yesterday. He had that must-win game with Suzuki, and she did take a 3-2 lead there against Kevin. He managed to find a way to win that one.
140. Kevin O'Carr,
They need
102.
Dig deeper in this one. First signs are good. Giving himself an opportunity here at getting the first breaker throw that he
42.
needs of the 2.
Chris O'Carr, 144.
Wickenden did a similar shot to this yesterday against Kevin, the 156, the only big finish he's took out so far this week. Could it happen to Kevin again?
132.
Painter looked like
Kevin
a man who
O'Carr,
thought it was
60.
about to happen. But he still has a chance to turn this tie around. 20 for tops. Kind of out of the way, that.
Game shot on the 5th
He's
leg.
managed to
Kevin
locate the
Painter.
top target to break the throw and get himself back into this tie.
6th leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on. $40.
Well, the match-winning sandwich that Kevin Painter needs here is the 2 breads, which is the breaks a throw. And then the meat in the middle, which
140.
is the hold, which might actually turn out to be one of the harder things, because it'll probably be the leg that you've got the less sort of aggression, the less attack.
60.
The one you probably feel is more likely to be yours.
Can he find the filling? already seems to be in a pickle.
100. $93.
Wickenden has had the better of the opening exchanges. Just offering some hope to Kevin Painter by misfiring there, but the artist is going to
81.
have to be careful to ensure he gives himself the best chance of leaving a finish here. Would have meant starting on the 18th.
52.
One of the rare occasions you come to the board and don't want to hit a 180. It has been done many times before. I think the most famous one in recent times has to be Dirk
60.
Ivanbode
against Raymond van Barneveld at the World Championships. Damon Heta did one recently as well on the Euro Tour in Gibraltar.
Yeah, I think my favourite
135. Crystal
goes
car
back a few years now, but
120.
Steve Farmer at the Worlds against James Wade, giving it the big celebration. It was Paul Hinks actually next to him, called no score, and then the dawning realisation of what he'd just done.
82. Kevin O'Carr
What
121.
can Kevin Painter do here? 1-2-1 to save his skin. Skin certainly not saved.
And that might be the dart that ruins his chances of being able to win
81.
this group.
Crystal car 38.
Well, he loves double 16, but double 19 is probably a good double for him as well. So, a really nice decision to make for Chris Wickenden. That's not what he wanted. If he missed, he wanted to be below to build on it, but instead he does get a go at that side of the board.
22.
Fails to find it.
Kevin
Painter
O'Carr
breathes again.
40.
He approached that double like Michael van Gerwen that time when he was getting very aggressive. He was flexing shoulders and
Luke Humphries, wasn't it? Yeah.
Getting shot on the
Against
sixth
Luke
leg.
Humphries.
Kevin Painter.
Yeah, I remember that. That was brilliant. And Kevin Painter. Well, I'm going to have to say it, Kev.
Seventh and final leg.
You've had a bit
Christopher
of luck in this
first.
match.
Game on.
Can he make the most of it?
$100.
big last start there for Pugs. Painter just taking a little bit of pace out of this game. He's one of those players that can play at various speeds. Doesn't rely on rhythm and pace of the dart. That's why he's one of those rare
97.
players that can have those step back moments. But no damage done by either player on the opening exchanges.
$58.
Now we've got damage. A trebleless visit, and he's put a 3 on the end of his score. Which means he's still 9 darts away
121.
from being able to win the leg.
$60.
Scoreboard level. However, Kevin Painter has 3 darts in his hand to try and open up some daylight.
140.
And a big last leg here from Painter. Back-to-back 2 treble visits.
$140. Kevin O'Carr
Well, the
143.
response gets him level, so we're in the same situation as Matt just described. Scoreboard level, but Painter with a visit in hand. This time, there
93.
is jeopardy.
Chris O'Carr
Because
143.
Chris Wickenden is on a finish, so it may not matter that Painter has left himself very handy in this last leg. It may not matter at all. It might not matter one little bit.
Game
And he's
shot on the
done it
match.
to
Chris
Painter
Wickenden.
again. He turns around, having taken out the big finish. It was a 1-5-6 table turner yesterday. It's a 1-4-3 winner today. Painter waiting on 50 when Chris Wickenden took out that fabulous 1-4-3 finish. I could go through all the stats, but that's the story of the game. And the next game is Kordeka against Mikuru Suzuki.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. Well, I just get the sneaky suspicion Chris Wickham won't be on Kevin Painter's Christmas card list this year. 1-4-3 checkout in the last leg to depose of Painter by 4 legs to 3. Elsewhere, victories for the top two, Andreas Harrison and Haruki Murematsu, means the race for top place is most certainly on. They've detached themselves from the rest of the group. Andreas Harrison on 18 points, Murematsu on 16, Painter and Wickington both on 10. Meanwhile, we have got the two players at the bottom of the table here on Wednesday going toe-to-toe as Kordeka takes on Mikuru Suzuki. And talking about Wednesday and bottom of the table, hello again, Murph.
Hello again, Henry. No idea what you're talking about, but we'll continue with the darts, shall we? And hello again, Murph. Yes, indeed. I'm Chris Murphy. And Kordeka, also on 10 points, looking to catapult himself up the table here. Right, it is a battle of the bottom two, but if Kordeka wins this match, he'll be in the top 3, leapfrogging both Chris Wickenden and Kevin Painter in getting there. Mikuru Suzuki, the opponent, only 1 win so far for her in this group, but she did produce some decent stuff against Andreas Harrison.
First leg is called at third
Went
first.
down 4-2. Kordeka went down
Game on.
4-3 to Haruki Murematsu, but has won both meetings against Suzuki so far this week.
Just
80.
interesting what Henry Deacon said there about that last game, Chris Wickenden 4-3 victory over Kevin Painter, saying how he's not going to be on his Christmas card. That's the second time Christmas has been mentioned today already, and we're only on match number 4. Now, if you are interested, Christmas is now just 96 days
100.
away.
Well, I just wish that Henry would get his facts right from time to time, because Middlesbrough actually bottom of the
96.
table, which is maybe why we brought Glenn Durrant into the equation. Morning, Duzzer, if you're watching. Suzuki's scoring seems to have sharpened up so far today. She was in that treble plenty in that first match against Andreas Harrison, and she's already found
140.
2 visits in which she scored more than 100 in this match.
$60. 127.
I don't know what to expect at the moment with Decker, because he has had a couple of counting mishaps throughout this week.
60. Cordial car, 58.
It's a simple equation, 18 for tops.
Green
And he
shot
made
on the
it look
first
simple.
leg. Cordecker.
Cordecker taking the opening leg in 14 darts.
Second leg, Nakudo to throw first. Game on.
But again, better from Suzuki. Maybe warning signs for the players. Just be aware for those that are in the running.
100.
Andreas Harrison has already got his win over Suzuki, so he's already dodged that potential banana skin. Matsu will take her on
85.
later on. He is coming up in our next game against Kevin Painter, a man who chance of winning this group have pretty much all but gone. He can now only reach 18 points. Andreas Harrison already hit that mark. But if Kevin Painter is to lose his next game to Haruki Muramatsu, it will only
125.
be a Group B possibility moving forward for the artist.
$85.
Well, again, Suzuki in the treble. Been a
100.
much more neat and tidy performance today in terms of just keeping a dart straight, Mikuru Suzuki. So far today, that has to be said.
180.
And all those are straight. And they're also weighted perfectly in a leg that he wasn't really in. Cordecker now is in. He's first to a finish.
$140. Cordial car, 151. $43. Makoto car, 36.
So she's been getting stronger. Double 18 after 12.
Game shot on the
These are
second leg.
signs that you've
Makoto
been seeing, aren't they,
Suzuki.
Murph, when you talk about that you don't feel she's out of the running here to get through to Saturday night in a Group
Third
C
leg quarter,
campaign.
third first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Game on.
It is there. And we know how good she can be. We've seen it at the Women's World Championship. We've seen it at the Women's Series. She won an event just this weekend. But
29.
it's whether she can master this format and go and have 4 good games, 5 good games in one day in Group C on Thursday or Friday.
When I think about Group Darts and Suzuki, I think back to the Grand Slam of Darts. Remember that
95.
game with Gerwyn Price? Gave him an almighty scare.
Yeah, went all the way to her last leg.
$83. 135. $96. 100.
Well, Suzuki's attacking the Decker throw here, having had that great leg of darts on her own throw. Makuru now could
59.
get a break and really take charge of this contest.
$97. 93. Makuro, your car 74. $34. Call your car 141.
Tops left for Suzuki when she comes back, if she comes back, that is. And she will come back to get that breaker throw.
$125. Makuro, car
Very
40.
encouraging signs here for supporters of Suzuki.
Game shot on the
13
third
darter
leg.
followed by a
Mikuro
16
Suzuki.
darter, and this is a very, very solid performance. It's not like Kordecker's dropping. Kordecker a 94
Fourth leg,
average
Makuro to
here.
throw first.
Makuru
Game on.
Suzuki knocking on the door of the 100.
$100.
Yeah, really good stuff from Makuru Suzuki. Best we've seen of her so far this week, no doubt about that. Can she sustain it for the whole match? Can she sustain it for the whole day?
180.
Andreas Harrison will be hoping she can, because he's already got his victory over Suzuki. So he'll be hoping that Suzuki can just go and blow the rest of the field away.
Kordecker, defiant.
100.
A maximum against a throw in response. Upping his game when he needs to.
$57. $180.
That performance from Suzuki continues to climb.
60. Makuro car 121.
Best performance of the week by far here for Suzuki. Helps to start on the ball. Does have a little bit of time on her hands here just to set this up.
65.
Kordecker back on 204. Non-effective to the leg at the moment. Despite opening it with a maximum visit, the 180.
134. Makuro car 56.
Well, she's 2 from 2 on doubles.
Game
Make
shot
that
on the
3
fourth
from
leg.
3.
Makuro Suzuki.
Makuru Suzuki is on the march, and she's 1 leg away from winning the match.
We have only had one
Fifth leg
game
quarter,
so far
third
this
first.
week that has
Game
had
on.
the 100% finish, the 4 from 4. And that was in the last game yesterday. Muramatsu averaged 100.63 in a 4-1 victory.
83.
And that was against Kordecker. When we talk about the unlucky players or the why always me, might be the thought pattern right now going through the mind of Kordecker.
140.
This is turning into not just her best display of the week, but one of the best displays of the week.
95.
The best display of the week so far is 100.63. And that was Muramatsu at the end of yesterday's play.
100.
Good last start to maintain that average, and it could well be the best so far.
$59.
Just part of me hopes if Mikuru does have this day, because we have seen it with other players before, part of me hopes it's not the standard Super Series wasted Wednesday when they've got nothing really to play for, play the best darts on the Wednesday, but then can't actually
54.
follow it into the Thursday and Friday and get themselves to finals night. Too late to do anything in this group and too early to do anything for the rest of the week.
100.
This would be a good time to find a couple of trebles. Really asserted some dominance on this match.
43.
If
Cardio
it was
car
a single, she wouldn't have left
164.
the finish. So fortunate there to slip into the treble one.
Well, the question now
140.
is, can Suzuki
Mikuru
see it
car
out in style?
164.
Treble 20, treble 18 and the bullseye. She may have to wait for Decker to miss. She may have to go and serve it out in the next leg.
100. Cardio car 24.
And that is the first time a dart has been missed at double in this match, but it
Being
doesn't
shown the
matter.
fifth leg. Decker.
Decker lands double six. Suzuki throws to get the job done, to get the match
Six
won.
leg. Mikuru to throw first. Game on. $60.
Opportunity here for Decker. Trebleless visit to open the leg for Suzuki.
140.
The Sheriff only needs the one invitation to make a bit of a march on this leg.
$81. $70.
After a 140 and a treble with the first start, we're mightily disappointed to be on 291 after 6.
$11.
That frustrated nature just kicking back in for Suzuki.
Yeah, we did ask the question whether she could sustain it for the match, and we're starting to see some slips here from
57.
Suzuki. God, Decker's not brilliant in this leg. He is far enough ahead to have taken control of it.
$100.
Probably needed the 140.
$89.
Well, that shot ensured he left himself on a checkout, whether he hit the bullseye or the 25.
Here's the opportunity for Suzuki to get her second victory of the
22.
week so far, fading away.
Cardio car 145.
He knows he's got 2 goes at this.
$40.
May need more than that. And this could change everything.
140. Kodoka 105.
Big shot from Suzuki. From nowhere, really. And she's going to get a chance here to win this match.
53.
She
Makoto
stays
Kodoka
straight.
87.
She'll get at least a dart at the bullseye.
She gets better than that. She gets 2, double 18. She's only missed once. That was the one.
51.
But now she's missed 2.
Kodoka
Having been
52.
3 out of 3 before that visit. 2 darts on the wire. And this match, as a result, may go to the wire.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Kodoka.
All square.
You do feel that was a chance there. 2 darts
7th and
at
final
double
leg,
18,
quarter
right
through
on the
first.
wire. 2
Game
very
on.
well thrown darts. In a level game, with the advantage of throw going to Kordeka. Man who nearly hit a 9-darter in this situation just yesterday.
93.
Decker becomes big favourite. After 4 days of play from Suzuki,
60.
our viewers, players, everyone would have been writing her off or almost dismissing her as any sort of threat. She's just reminding us the threat she poses in this group.
140.
It may not result in a victory for Mikuru Suzuki, but she's
85.
showed signs. The first half of this match, she was playing as well as anybody has. But for the average to have dropped as dramatically as it has means that for the next half of the match, she might have been playing as badly as anybody has.
132.
And let's not forget the significance of this win for Kordeka if it does indeed turn out to be a victory for him. It would move him from 5th in the table to 3rd in the table and 2nd and
60.
3rd.
Kodoka
Group B.
136.
He'd make the first move in that race between himself, Kevin Painter and Chris Wickenden.
60.
And none of them playing each other in this round of fixtures. So for all of them, important to at least follow suit.
$45. Kodoka 76.
And that's
Game
it.
shot and
That
the
is
match.
the win for
Kordeka.
Kordeka. Mikuru Suzuki threatened, produced some brilliant stuff in the early part of that encounter, but Kordeka has claimed it. A 4-3 victory for him, and a victory with an average of 92, 4 out of 5 on the finishing, which was brilliant from the pair of them in that game, but 2 missed by Suzuki to seal it, and Decker managed to do the damage. He now moves on to 12 points into 3rd place in the table. So the question is asked of Kevin Painter, who takes on top spot chasing Haruki Muramatsu next.
Welcome back. A game of two halves before the break as Core Decker got the better of Mikuru Suzuki in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. And so we return to the race at the top of the table as Haruki Muromatsu once again is looking to apply the pressure upon Andreas Harrison at the top of the table. A victory here against Kevin Painter would put him level on points before Andreas takes on Chris Rickenden in the next. Let's go back to Matt and Chris.
Yeah, all eyes on this one. And for Kevin Painter, it will
First
be all
leg,
eyes
Kevin to
on
throw first.
Haruki Muromatsu. It certainly
Game
was
on.
yesterday, but a nice bit of respect between the pair before the match, as there was at the end of the match. I think I have to say that. But there was something causing Kevin to get a little bit annoyed
51.
at his opponent. He was clearly glancing, staring at every move Muromatsu made as he retrieved his darts yesterday. So we will see if there's anything similar today. But the first thing for Kevin not to like is a
140.
140 from the man who is, of course, chasing top spot in this group. Let's not forget the significance of the match itself. Painter 2 points off third, Muromatsu 2
140.
points off first.
So it might have been the first thing that
60.
Kevin didn't like, but the second thing is his Group A campaign in terms of winning this group. Having a couple of days off on Thursday and Friday, which I'm
45.
sure he'd have enjoyed. He's going to now be playing darts, but where are those darts going to be? Is it going to be Group B, Group C? He can mathematically still win this group, but it would take a minor
85.
miracle of results. He's got a better chance getting a lucky dip on the lottery.
Yeah, 4 wins from him. Andreas Harrison losing every remaining match, which would mean Muromatsu would have to beat him. So they would both be on
57.
18, which is the highest amount of points that Kevin Painter could get to. And both already on leg differences that are 13 and 18, better off than Kevin.
100.
It would need Harrison and Muromatsu to lose heavy in their last 3 games each, and Muromatsu beat Harrison. It would take 7 results
100.
and Kevin winning
Haruki
results heavy
Okao
as well.
116.
Yeah, and they can't both lose heavy in the 3 games each, because as you said, he has to win one of them. So, yeah, it would be, as you rightly described it, a mathematical miracle. However,
76. Kevin Okao
more likely his
108.
sights are set on a 3rd place finish, and a victory here would really boost his chances of that. Looking to slot one in underneath that, but can't manage to do it.
56. Haruki Okao 40.
And Muromatsu, who's got his own ambitions, different ambitions, he really can top the table.
30.
And let's not forget, all
Kevin
he has to do is
Okao,
keep winning, 'cause he's
52.
going to have to play Andreas Harrison in game 9 today. So if he's 2 points behind him, he can cancel that out in that fixture. Tops here for Painter.
32. Haruki Okao
That's
10.
Haruki off the hook.
Game shot on the first leg. Haruki Muromatsu. Second leg, Haruki to throw
Slower
first.
start to this game,
Game
than
on.
we had yesterday. Muromatsu put in one of his better performances of the week here against Kevin Painter in this fixture, a 96.97 average. And despite all the distraction, it was one of those games where we learned a lot about
134.
Muromatsu because he just didn't get involved. And I think when that happens, sometimes it irritates you even more when
58.
you're trying to make a point like Kevin was in that game.
Yeah, and it was hard for him not to be aware, because Painter made sure he was aware, didn't he? He did. Just stare and stare and stare until Muromatsu looked back.
85.
Kevin Painter
140.
seemed in a rush to throw those darts. Fumbled the last one a little bit, but it's a good score from Kevin Painter. And a
41.
bad one from Muromatsu just opens the door in this leg.
133.
Well, he's suddenly pacing about, isn't he, at speed, Kevin Painter? He said a slow start, and maybe he realised that, and he wants to up the tempo to up the standard.
85. Kevin O'Carr 170.
It's becoming speed darts for the artist.
95. Haruki
He's
O'Carr
moving around the
156.
stage as well. It's all with pace.
Well, they had a 156 hit against him yesterday.
120. Kevin O'Carr
He lost the match
75.
with a 143 to the same opponent today. Kevin Painter survives that particular attempt. But
55.
he hasn't yet survived the leg.
Haruki O'Carr 36. Game shot on the second leg. Haruki Muramatsu.
Confirms the breaker throw there, Muramatsu. It's been a while now since Kevin Painter's won a
Third
leg
leg
against
Kevin to throw
Muramatsu,
first.
which
Game on.
would be a bit of a concern for him, knowing that if he's going to win this week, probably going to have to come back against him at some point now. Bit of a grip issue maybe there for Kev, or is that a look at Muramatsu again?
Yeah, there was a little glance in his direction
58.
over the shoulder of Kevin Painter. He has lost the last 6 legs against Haruki Muramatsu consecutively. In fact, he's lost the
82.
last 7 because he lost 4-3 on Monday as well.
95. $99.
Difficult dart to get past, so therefore switching Kevin Painter, chasing the
93.
trebles around and finally getting one. And he bring an end to this losing streak against Haruki Muramatsu. Lost 4-3 on Monday, 4-0 yesterday, 2-0 down today.
135. $100.
Key thing to
55.
remember
Kevin
here
O'Carr
is we're talking about the
155.
wins and losses, but for Muramatsu, this might come down to legs. And he needs the bigger score lines as possible. He's got a mini
90.
opportunity here
Haruki O'Carr
to get a second breaker
130.
throw and beyond for a potential 4-0 win.
$58. Kevin O'Carr 65.
Well, Kevin Painter, you're just too good, mate. You're just too good. There's an argument on this. Bobby George makes the argument that when you go that route, you're actually aiming for the ball and hoping to
61.
miss. So Kevin Painter's actually
Haruki
hit what
O'Carr
he's going for
72.
there, but just not what he wanted. Can Haruki Muramatsu hit what he's going for? And that is double top. He
Game
can.
shot on the third leg. Haruki
But
Muramatsu.
it's now 8 straight legs against Kevin Painter, who can't help but shake his
Fourth leg
head.
Haruki to throw first. Game on.
One away from a second successive whitewash win over the artist.
100. $140.
It would be very significant when we consider the league table. We're just looking at points here for Muramatsu. We're also taking a look at those legs columns. He does still have Andreas
100.
Harrison to play, but Andreas Harrison came into today with legs in the bank as well. If Muramatsu can take those off other people, it means that he
140.
doesn't have to beat Andreas Harrison by a scoreline. He just has to beat him now.
Yeah, good point. Because if he's only 1 behind, which he would be if he wins this match on the leg difference. When they meet,
100.
winning by 1, he's taking 1 off Andreas as well, which puts him in front.
95.
But that involves him winning this leg, and Kevin Painter's putting in a performance. It is a frustrated performance, but it's bringing out the best in him.
We should say as well, of course, Harrison has the chance to respond in the next game. If he goes and wins 4-0, then it's as you were, isn't it?
60.
He takes
Kevin
on Chris
O'Carr,
Wickenden in the Battle of the
126.
Beards. Now then, Painter won't take out the 126 and now starts
54.
to think.
Haruki
Because
O'Carr,
I've got a bit of a
141.
read on Kevin Painter. I don't know how I do it because he keeps such a poker face. He thinks he's going to take this out. But he's not going to take it out, and he might not even take a chunk out of it.
45. Kevin O'Carr, 72.
An opportunity for the artist. But he has not made the most of it. It's only a dart at the bull.
47.
And when he wanted it, he didn't
Haruki
hit it.
O'Carr, 96.
That's exactly what we'll be thinking in this situation right now, as Muramatsu gets 2 darts for the match.
This
87.
is 2 darts for the
Kevin
match.
O'Carr, 25.
Painter to stop this losing streak of 8 consecutive legs.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
double 8
leg.
does
Kevin
it for
Painter.
Kevin Painter. And you can see what he thinks about it. Is it just a consolation, or is it the start
Fifth
of
leg,
something
Kevin to
more?
throw first. Game on.
You could see his face as well. He expected Muramatsu to take that out after hitting the treble 20 with the opening dart.
76. $100.
Speed onto the hockey from Kevin Painter there. He looked like he was on some kind of motor
83.
scooter or something. Let's watch him again, Kevin Painter. As soon as Muramatsu goes to retrieve his darts, Painter's in there,
60.
marching towards the hockey.
$55.
He needs that in his game, though, as well. He needs that little bit of spark.
Don't know about Spark. He'll be shattered after this.
60.
We feel like he's been out for a jog.
Really has quickened up, not just the walk, but
135.
the throw. Everything about Kevin Painter. He's on super speed at the moment.
$60. Kevin O'Carr,
And yesterday,
152.
he was doing the total opposite against Muramatsu. Another. Is he doing the trick?
136.
Just cast your mind back to yesterday. This match, when Muramatsu threw his darts, Kevin Painter waited at the back of the stage until Muramatsu had got to the table and then ambled to the hockey at a pedestrian pace. Today, he's sprinting there.
100. Kevin O'Carr, 16. $12. Haruki O'Carr,
Missed opportunities
121.
for Kevin Painter gives Haruki an outside opportunity at closing up this match. Remember, legs are important. He will want to get this job done as quick as possible.
38. Kevin O'Carr, 4.
Oh, this sped up Kevin Painter now looking at double 2. Double 1. And he's
No
gone
score.
from a sped up
Haruki
Kevin
O'Carr,
Painter to a
83.
fed up Kevin Painter. As Muramatsu might send him sprinting off the stage in a moment. Double 9 to finish the job.
65. Kevin O'Carr, 4.
Opportunities have presented themselves to Muramatsu, who's not been able to take them as of yet.
No score.
that's a
Haruki
mess.
O'Carr, 18.
Big mess from Kevin Painter. And surely now Muramatsu will clean up. It worked for a while for Kevin Painter, but it may be the same outcome. 3 matches against Haruki Murematsu. But
No
not
score.
yet 3
Kevin
defeats,
Yukar, 4.
because 3 darts missed at double 9 opens the door for Kevin Painter again. Tricky. Trickier.
No score.
And he couldn't find a way past the
Haruki
blockers.
Yukar, 18.
He's had plenty of match starts already, Haruki. Gonna get 3 more here. Is the temptation to split starting to come into mind?
Not tempted. And that's why
Game shot in the match.
Murematsu
Haruki
wins the
Murematsu.
match. A 4-1 success against Kevin Painter, who turned up the speed, picked up the pace during that match, and it started to work for Kevin Painter. But 16 darts missed at double for the artist put paid to his chances of turning it around. And Murematsu, after a 4-0 win yesterday in this fixture, gets a 4-1 win today and turns up the pressure on the league leader, Andreas Harrison, who takes on Chris Wickenden after the break.
So Haruki Murematsu moves on to 18 points in the group. Andreas Harrison can move on to 20 if he can get the better of Chris Wickenden here. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Chris Murphy and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. And it is a big match at the top of the table, largely because Haruki Murematsu had a big win to move joint top of the table. with Andreas Harrison when he beat Kevin Painter 4-1. Chris Wickenden, though, well, he has been a thorn in the side of many this week. 5 wins from his 11 matches. And in this battle of the beards will not be an easy victory for Andreas Harrison, who wasn't that his brilliant best in his opening match today.
First leg,
4-2 win
Andreas to throw
over
first.
Mikuru Suzuki.
Game on.
They're playing for the 3rd time this week, Harrison and Wickenden. Harrison won the match 4-2 yesterday and 4-1 when the pair met on Monday. But
95.
I think that Chris Wickenden has grown into this week. But no one cares what I think. Everyone cares what Matthew Edgar thinks. Question is, do you agree?
I think everyone's probably
57.
the wrong term. Maybe 2 people. My mum and the missus. But if you are interested in my opinion, I do
60.
think that Chris Wickenden could be, like you say, a thorn in the side here. We look at what he's achieved. He's playing good darts on the PDC Challenge Tour, and he's a 2-time ADC event winner. Now,
60.
those events are getting some serious caliber of player turn up now, especially with the carrot now dangled, the opportunity to come here to the Super Series. Good prize money in some
85.
nice locations, very well run and organised events. Wickeden picking up 2 of those tour titles.
134. $100.
Harrison down to a finish first, but Wickenden could get ahead of him here if he can find a treble or 2.
97. Andreas Jokar 161.
Treble 17. Wickenden. Last time he had a
93.
finish, it was a
Chris Jokar
1-4-3 finish
153.
against Kevin Painter. Now he wants a 1-5-3 finish against Andreas Harrison. And it's on. Oh, that would have been a brilliant back-to-back brace of checkouts.
93. Andreas Jokar 68. $36.
The strength
Chris Jokar
of
60.
Andreas Harrison has been the finishers, but it let him down in this one when he needed it the most. Chris Wickeden, 2 darts.
Got to go
40.
to the right, and you can see
Andreas
how far he
Jokar
went to the right
32.
there. So Harrison let off the hook, really.
Getting shot on the first
Doesn't
leg.
need
Andreas
asking
Harrison.
again. A 1-0 lead for the Swede.
That was the
Second leg,
first
Chris to
time
throw first. Game on.
this being match number 12 for Andreas Harrison that I have seen any show of emotion.
100.
Then hit that big 20, gave himself 2 darts at top. He almost winced.
$60. $140.
Just looking through Chris Wickenden's results,
100.
and he wasn't really, well, he wasn't at all hammered by anybody yesterday. When you look back to the start of the
100.
week, he was beaten pretty heavily in his very first game, and it was this game, 4-1, by Andreas Harrison.
85. Chris Jokar 161.
And that remains his worst defeat. Hasn't been beaten by 3 or 4 legs since.
45.
Certainly been competitive in this group, and I think Matthew Edgar alongside me kind of highlighted quite early this week, that could see Chris Wickenden
40.
make it to finals night.
Chris
coming for
Jokar
either Group B or C.
116.
certainly a better version than we got last time he was here.
And he told me himself he expects it to be. Having the full week, he said he doesn't feel
78.
as rushed, don't feel as panicked. And I get that, because in a Group C, you often say 3 losses and you've got to be perfect from there. If you lose 1 or 2 games in the early matches,
100.
it can just
Chris
make it
Wilcar,
a very
38.
tricky campaign where you're watching and checking over your shoulder all the time.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Chris
there's one
Wickenden.
sign for me that really stands out about Chris Wickenden, about how he's settling into this, as he goes and mops his
Third leg,
brow.
Andreas to throw first.
On day
Game
1,
on.
when he was playing the games, it looked like he just got out the shower. He was sweating that bad. Yesterday, a little bit more control. Today, seems a lot more in check,
125.
and that's just a sign that he's not feeling the pressure as much as he once was.
$137.
If you look about how players started the week and how it's progressed,
95.
you can only say that Andreas Harrison, despite constantly fending off any fighters for the top of the table, you can only really say he's got worse, because it's a results business, isn't it?
100.
And he won all of his matches on Monday, but on Tuesday he did lose a couple.
$100. $56.
About him having to repel the attack of the players.
60.
None more so in his next match. That will be the big one of the day for Dirty Harry, taking on Muramatsu.
Doesn't like those, Chris Wickenden, reacting to the 2 darts, finding the 5 segment.
29. Andreas Wilcar,
Just given
121.
Harrison loads of time here, 2 visits. We've got 106 left. It's one of those checkouts, I think, 106, where nobody really
53.
knows where to start. You see a variation of starting points, and there's seemingly very little advantage to any of them.
$41. Andreas Wilcar, 68.
He likes to go treble 12 on this equation. He can leave himself on double 16, which
Game
he
shot on the
hits
third
to
leg.
take the lead in
Andreas
this match.
Harrison.
So reliable.
Fourth leg,
on
Chris to
the
throw
finishes.
first. Game on.
I've never seen a player as comfortable on the finishes here at the Super Series, Andreas Harrison, for as long as Andreas
97.
Harrison has. We've seen players have a day where they've been around the 50% mark, but certainly not back-to-back days, and he's carrying that on into day number 3 as well.
58. $85.
I mentioned earlier on in the day that we don't feel there's a big favourite in this week.
99.
Does that experience that Andreas Harrison had last time, when he was in there with a couple of big hitters, really come to play?
59. $30.
Get the sense that he's there for the taking in this match, Andreas Harrison. The finishing has remained reliable, but the scoring has been shoddy at times. He hasn't hit a score of 140 or
36.
more in the match.
I've had that feeling he's there for the taking in a lot of his games, but what he does, he finds a way to win, which is a quality sign of a good player. When you don't need to be at your best all the time in order to get the results, it's shots like that where you've come from absolutely nowhere, find a maximum visit, and you're all of a sudden in front against the throw.
Sharpened up that shoddy scoring. I'll keep my mouth shut, shall I? And that's a help as well.
40.
A real
Andres
help,
Wilcar,
because not only
134.
is he first to a finish, his opponent's not even on a finish.
$98.
The closer he gets to winning this match, the closer we get to having a main event style game in the middle part
Andres
of our day.
Wilcar, 36. Game shot on the fourth leg, Andres Harrison. Fifth leg, Andres to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, indeed. Game 9 today. And 15 would be Haruki Muramatsu against Andreas Harrison, the pair's next fixture. Harrison will be 2 points
125.
ahead of Muramatsu at the top of the table. So a victory for his opponent in that one would see the pair tied on 20 points with 2 games to play. But a win for Harrison would basically win him the group.
40.
You'd have to say at that point, 4 points clear with just 4 points to play for each.
$97.
Just as you question the scoring power of Harrison, he seems to have found the solution. Exactly the same as what happened with me and Muramatsu when I questioned the doubling. He started
58.
finding it with no problems. This gives us all the ingredients to put in that mixing bowl and bake a nice little darting
59.
cake.
Yeah, well, he's put 10 points on his average since that comment. He was languishing in the 70s, up in the 80s now. Wickenden hasn't gone with him. And that's reflected in the
58.
scoreline in both the match and the leg.
$60.
Nothing Wickenden can do here to even leave a finish.
121. Andres Wilcar, 160.
Minimum 6 darts for Dirty Harry.
140.
Well, he's going to need at least 4. But he's almost there. He just keeps on treading water at the top of the table.
92.
Haruki Muramatsu
Andres
at arm's
Wilcar,
length. It
20.
could be a damaging defeat for Chris Wickenden as well. And it would be advantage Core Decker in the race for 3rd place. Is it advantage Andreas Harrison still
Game
in the
shot
race
in
for
the match,
1st place?
Andreas
Indeed it
Harrison.
is. The Swede succeeds. He wins 4-1 against Chris Wickenden. And Dirty Harrison continues his charge to finals night. He moves clear at the top of the table once again by a couple of points. Not his best performance by any stretch of the imagination. Simple but effective. And he is the man to catch at the top of the table. As I mentioned, that defeat for Wickenden harms his chances of 3rd place. Core Decker and Kevin Painter, the other 2 in that race, are coming up next.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for the day. Matthew Edgar is alongside me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen. Right, these are the results from our matches thus far. There they are on screen. Haruki Muramatsu making good progress, as is Andreas Harrison. Perhaps, as expected, the two at the top continuing to make hay.
Yeah, and it's all setting up for that big clash. They're going to be taking on each other next. That's, well, not in the next game, but their next game. Match number 9. That's going to be a good clash, and that's now getting to a point, because of the way the results are going, that Harrison can actually afford to lose that as long as he keeps it tight. That is going to be more eyes on Muramatsu in that game rather than Harrison, because he's doing his job well and he's just serving out these games.
Right, let's break down the story of the day. We'll begin with Andreas Harrison, because he was in a little bit of trouble against Bakura Suzuki in his opener, and then pulled out this 157 from the fire.
Suzuki's turned up today, and Suzuki's playing a lot better. That last game as well against Kordeka, mightily impressive, and she started to give Andreas Harrison a bit of a scare. And we were starting to talk on commentary about the possibility of an upset in that game, but Andreas Harrison dug deep, found some really good stuff, a 180 before that as well, a massive 6-start conversion of 337.
And then elsewhere, Haruki Muramatsu applying the pressure. Now, importantly on these types of days, it's as to who plays first and who plays second in rounds of fixtures. Haruki's played first both times, won both times, and so continuing to pile that pressure upon Andreas.
He is, and it's the legs column that really brings it out as well, and the future fixtures. When we look at how the day's going to end, and we look at who's probably got the hardest fixtures in terms of how the table currently breaks down, we'd say that Muramatsu's day now is going to get a little bit easier, where it's going to get harder for Harrison, and I just can't wait till game number 9.
It will be interesting, because the table looks very interesting indeed. Muramatsu keeping chase with Harrison. He's on 18 points. Andreas at the top on 20 points. And it is going to be a tight and congested run towards the line, which could well mean it could be a day where spoilers could come into play.
Oh, absolutely. And there's no more than that with Suzuki, because she's not got many points on the board. Everyone's sort of got them already. We talked about Muramatsu being the only player so far to lose to her, which does make it a little bit like a handicap against Muramatsu in terms of the table, because everybody else has got points against that one player. However, she's playing so much better than what she has the last couple of days that she could actually play quite a part in determining which way this group goes.
Well, we will look at that race for the title in a few moments' time, but it's the race for Group B that we're going to focus on now, as Kordeka takes on Kevin Painter. Matt's going to make his way down to the commentary box, where he's going to be joined by Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it is all about P3, this one, really. And Kordeka could pretty much make it his own with a victory. He is 2 points ahead of Kevin Painter, 2 points ahead of Chris Wickenden as well. Wickenden waits to play Mikuru Suzuki, and then we will have that clash of the top two when Andreas Harrison meets Muramatsu. That could be the all-important encounter in terms of who is going to be on that stage on Saturday night.
First I called it through first.
At the
Game on.
MODUS Super Series. Of course, there'll still be opportunities for these players to make it as well, but
95.
their best chance is by getting to Group B, and this is why this is such a crucial fixture, particularly for Kevin Painter to keep on
135.
getting into contention to do so. And if you want to be here on Saturday night, you can be. Tickets available via dartshop.tv. Just scan that QR code on your screen.
97.
And you can book tickets not only to this Saturday night, but to ones in the future as well. You may see some of your favourite players, even Champions Week, which is always at capacity.
95.
So make sure you get in early for that. As we approach Bonfire Night, there'll be some fireworks here at the Super Series. But yeah, just scan that QR code or head to dartshop.tv. Just a very small booking fee.
44.
Pull up a pew in the church here. Now the live lounge for the MODUS Super Series. Matthew Edgar, a man who's had the benefit of both being in
58.
the chair he's in right now on a finals night and on that stage. And it is always a unique darting experience, isn't it?
Absolutely. Do enjoy a Saturday night down here
57.
in Portsmouth. Great atmosphere at times. And undoubtedly lots of darting drama Sizable jumps in prize money as well on a Saturday night, which really comes across
49.
in terms of the attitudes of the players. But you could tell there that Kevin Painter changed his darts as I went through. He was going through his darting case and he was
58.
biting
Kevin
the
O'Carr,
flights.
164.
I did think at the time, I thought he's got the pear-shaped flights back in, but it's a complete change of equipment.
Yeah. The barrels, the stems, and those flights. Kevin Painter swapping the equipment totally, hoping that it will spark something, because so far today, it hasn't gone Kevin's way. Defeat to Chris Wickenden and defeat to Haruki Muramatsu. And in fact, he's on a bit of a slide here, isn't he, Kevin Painter? Because that means it's now 5 straight defeats in this group.
84. Kodakar, 150.
It might even be a conversation I might have to have with Kevin at some point, because I've
94.
practiced
Kevin
with Kevin
O'Carr,
Painter while
80.
he's played with those little red flights and sat watching him for the past couple of days. They just don't suit his darts. Must
50.
be seeing something with him in
Kodakar,
practice to
56.
keep persisting, to keep bringing them out. He must be able to do it in the practice room.
38. Kevin
Just to
O'Carr,
correct there,
30.
it's 4 out of the last 5. He did beat Mikuru Suzuki in the last match of yesterday. That was 4-3.
26. Kodakar, 18.
Might end up being a significant win for him, that, because it wasn't during a good performance.
Game shot on the first leg.
Kodeka takes the
Kodakar.
first leg in this one.
Second leg, Kevin, you throw first. Game on.
This is a game that really would sort of decide the placings.
43.
Because if Kodeka is to win this, he will open up a 4-point gap between himself and Kevin Painter. Should pretty much condemn Kevin Painter down to a Group C campaign, which
100.
be mightily disappointed with, to come here again and finish in the bottom 3.
100. $97. $137.
2 big trebles found by Painter. There'll be a determination to make sure he doesn't surrender his throw early in this match.
58.
For Kevin, it's trying to find something positive at the moment, because he'll feel like everything's going against him. The
60.
darts close to the targets without going in. The 1-4-3 finish from Chris Wickenden to beat him earlier on today will, when he was still in with an outsider chance of winning the group.
44. Kevin O'Carr, 161.
There was a 4-3 win yesterday against Kodeka, a 4-3 defeat on day 1.
$81. $140. Kevin O'Carr, 80.
That puts pressure on Painter. He's been going this route. He's over the top. Another. Oh,
Game
brilliant
shot on
from
the second
Kevin
leg.
Painter.
Kevin Painter.
Fabulous finish. 2 in tops. He didn't let that first start
Third leg
stop him
quarter through
attacking
first.
either. He needed
Game
to
on.
attack with the next 2, and he did. And it's all square.
Took the words right out of my mouth, because when you miss that first start, you can almost kick yourself. Why did I go for the
83.
double? Should I have gone safe?
I think it's sometimes players, I don't know if it's the right word, but
91.
they don't want to embarrass themselves by ending up leaving 60 or still be on 80 after that shot. So then the second dart can be played too safe and you're actually not giving yourself a chance to win the leg in that visit and backing your decision.
46.
The painter did that there.
Remember the days when it was hard enough to hit one double?
Well, there were days when
60.
old school players like Kevin Painter himself, would have seen that shot as disrespectful.
Well, remember the incident, was it at the World Championship where Phil Taylor wanted 50 and hit the
Yes.
ball? It caused
46.
quite the stir between the two.
Well, the artist, he's trying to find something, isn't he? It's obvious. The changes of the
100.
darts, the changes of the way that he's playing the game, the speed he's stomping around the stage and throwing the darts. Kevin Painter is searching for the winning ingredient. And let's not forget
140.
that this is a player who's been playing this game for over 30 years. It's still in front of our eyes. He's trying to find something.
80.
It's often the problem when you go looking for something, you tend to not find it. You tend to find it when you stumble across it, when it comes to you. But in this sort of game where it
96.
feels
Kevin
time
Carr,
restricted
170.
because you're up against someone who's also trying to do 501 points as quick as they can. You just feel like you need it now.
60. Cordio Khan, 90.
Options for Decker, the usual modus operandi would be to go for a 20. But he's gambled and it's paid off.
Game shot on the third
Sweet
leg.
finish for
Cordecker.
Cordecker, who takes out the 19-2, no trouble at all, and leads Kevin Painter 2-1.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Another problem you get into and the mode you tend to find yourself in is when you're not winning, you tend to feel you have to win everything. Every exchange, every
96.
moment, every time it comes to one of those tight calls. Well, actually, you don't need to win them all. You tend to find that you get quite negative when you lose
58.
those sort of exchanges. Like at the back end of that leg there when Cordecker popped out the 90.
$135.
Leaving a very good visit there, leaves Kevin Painter slightly disappointed after the last start went wayward. But he's in a good spot here. 100 gets him to a finish after 9.
55. $100.
And that's exactly where he is. I want to see Kevin Painter take this out and then
45. Kevin
do a
Carr,
massive
170.
celebration. Run off the stage, run across the tables. Enjoy yourself, Kev. Do it, Kev. Oh dear, oh dear.
I can genuinely tell you that has happened in practice.
96.
He took out a 170, jumped on the chairs, ran across the chairs, and celebrated on top of the table.
There we go, I knew it was in him.
99. Kevin Carr, 74.
74, plenty of space for Kevin Painter. And 2 darts at double 16 for Kevin Painter.
42.
As many as he wants, probably. Unless Decker piles in with a big one to start to antagonise the artist.
77. Kevin Carr, 32.
Brutal bounce out.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
It's all
Kevin
square,
Painter.
2-2. Don't forget, Painter needs to find a break in this match at some point. But it's all we throw so
Fifth
far.
leg, call to throw first. Game on. $140. 54.
seeing one of those games unfold here where the players become so conscious now of just holding the throw that becomes
100.
sort of the key importance.
Painter,
100.
for Decker, he doesn't have to think about anything else, does he? Kevin Painter does. Has to get a break. Decker can afford to just keep holding.
96. $59. $130.
There's another dominant leg on throw. And that means that Decker is closing in on putting what would be a potentially
134.
unbridgeable
Call your car
gap
35.
between himself and Kevin Painter.
Could be awkward.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Could
Decker.
not be awkward. Really good dart there from Decker.
Six leg Kevin to throw first. Game
Just
on.
not finding that top level. Yet to register a score in the 140, 180 column.
25.
He's landing some jabs, but he's not throwing that right hand in this one.
And Decker may get the chance to get it done in this leg after that sloppy start from Painter.
To be fair,
140.
Record Decker. I don't think I'd want to be throwing the right hand either. Might annoy him.
$125.
You'd struggle to catch him on his chin, wouldn't you? That's been part of the problem for Kevin Painter with the
81.
scoring stats we just showed you there. 2 in the treble, but then a wayward one, and it's happened a couple of times. Will it happen again? Yes.
125.
He's very aware of it. You can see the frustration eking in for Kevin Painter.
129.
Decker looking like he wants to get this match over with. Would pretty much confirm
84. Call your car 151.
a Group B place.
Well, Painter's had a couple of big ones hit against him this week. Is it about time that
57.
one went for
Kevin
him?
your car 142.
And it may be needed here with Decker waiting on 94. But it's not going to happen. Wrong treble again for Kevin Painter. Well, Core on 94. Bearing in mind he went treble 18 on 90 earlier, I would assume he would go that way on 94 as well.
48.
Bullseye the other option.
Call your car 94.
I wouldn't try guessing the counting that goes through the head of Decker.
Well, that was the intention. Is it double-double or treble 20? Caught in two minds and just threw it in between
70.
them.
Yeah, I'm not
Kevin
sure
your car
what that one was at,
94.
really. It was in the middle of all the different options that he had. Set it up well, though. So Kevin Painter will go direct for this. And he will go on the double-double.
Having already
54.
produced a
Call your
double-double
car
finish
24.
in this game, Kevin Painter couldn't take out a second, and he might be taken out of the race for third. Decker looking at double 12, looking at double 6. And
18.
for once,
Kevin your car
Kevin
40.
Painter gets the rub of the green. But can he find the red to force a deciding leg? Good guide. Delicious start for Kevin Painter. Can't miss.
Game shot on the sixth
And
leg.
it is all
Kevin
square
Painter.
at 3-3. Now one leg will decide whether or not Kevin Painter goes level on 12 points with Decker.
Seventh and final leg.
or
Call
whether
to throw
Core
first. Game on.
increases his lead to 4. And that would seemingly be too big for Kevin Painter to catch up.
He's fed up, isn't he, Kevin?
140.
He's in a last leg shootout here. Opportunity to get a couple of points on the board. Keep himself in the mix-up for a Group B
60.
campaign, which I think could suit Kevin Painter more because that one game less would just allow him to keep that focus and concentration for longer.
$78.
Amazes me about Kevin Painter is that he
45.
shakes his head before he's thrown the darts. He's walking to the hockey, shaking his head. Not exactly the positive mental attitude that you would want in order to get the best out of yourself.
140.
And look what Cordecker's left in the last leg decider.
I don't think this would hurt
77.
as much for Kevin
Cordecka,
because in the situation
143.
before he was on a finish, where he's not on a finish in this situation, but it could happen again.
It was Chris Wickenden who did it to Kevin Painter, waiting on 50, by the way, when Painter was Painter, when Wickenden
87.
went out with the 1-4-3. Decker just sets it up.
$135. Cordecka, 56.
Again, it's 2 in the treble 20, but then the other one not in the 20 segment. That's been part of the problem in this game for Kevin Painter. Can Decker give himself problems, or can he
38.
get the win?
This might not be over yet. Double nine's one of those awkward ones. We could end up on a horrible
92.
split.
Cordecka, 18.
Can't come inside with dart number 2. Only has dart number 3.
No score. Kevin
And he's
Yurkan,
failed to find it.
92.
Kevin Painter has watched Cordecka miss 5 darts at double to win this match, and now has a shot in front of him to win it himself. Treble 20. Not found. Double 18 twice. Oh, he's gone tops for double 16. And
Game
Kevin
shot in
Painter
the
has
match.
pulled
Kevin
it off.
Painter.
He can't quite believe it, but twice in this match he's gone double-double. An unorthodox route in the end there for Kevin Painter, but it was the route that won him the match and kept his hopes alive of finishing in 3rd place and therefore going through to Group B. An average of just under 80 for Kevin Painter, but the important thing, that 92 checkout to win it. And in fact, not only is he level on points with Cordecka, he's moved into 3rd place in the table. Chris Wickenden looking to respond. He takes on Mikuru Suzuki next. Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series. Mikuru Suzuki taking on Chris Wickenden in this 8th game of the day. Kevin Painter winning the 7th, 4-3, a last leg decider against Core Decker. And Wickenden needing to respond to join both Painter and Decker on 12 points.
First leg, Mikuru to throw first. Game on.
Suzuki has the dart. She's only won one match so far this week, but we have seen some good stuff from her today, particularly in a previous match. For much of it, she was averaging over the 100 mark.
100.
Certainly tidied up her scoring as the week has gone on, but Wickenden must see this as must win.
I think the big questions here are over
96.
Mikuru, because if we look at her day today, it's been significantly better than anything we've seen of her so far this week. However, it's normally this match that starts the slide in her performance.
60.
Now that's happened 2 days in a row. Is that little bit of tiredness perhaps creeping into her game? Because she does join us off the back of quite a busy
30.
weekend on the women's series.
Yeah, and she did, after that women's series, I mean, she won an event on the first day, but then after the women's series, she mentioned that she suffered with jet lag and that maybe went on into Monday, having travelled down then from
60.
Wigan to Portsmouth to play here, but she just seemed to have sort of handled things better as the group has gone on, and I still maintain my opinion that we'll see the best of her
134.
on Thursday and Friday. Whether or not it'll be enough to mount a challenge to get to finals night remains to be seen. I think wherever Chris Wickenden is placed Thursday and Friday, then he will mount some kind of challenge. We've seen
100.
enough good stuff from him to suggest that will be the case.
It must be so frustrating
40.
for a player like Chris Wickenden, who we know what he can do at his best, but when it just doesn't come to the forefront as often as he'd like. Two-time ADC Tour winner,
92.
regular on the county dart scene, regular on the dart scene in general. He's a player
42.
who loves
Mikuru
his
to car
darts, and
89.
you'll often see him wherever there's a tournament. He'll be there.
Double 16 for Suzuki to take the opening leg.
73.
Started games much better as well today. Won 2 legs against Andreas Harrison, won 3 legs against Core Decker. Is she going to win 4 against Chris Wickenden?
41. Mikuru to car 16.
Double 8 to take the first. He's only won 1 leg against him this week so far. He
Game
doubles
shot on the
that
first
tally
leg.
on double
Mikuru
4.
Suzuki.
She's already won more legs today than she did in the whole day.
Second leg, Chris to throw first. Game
On the
on.
opening day, she only won 4 legs on day 1. She only won 7 legs on day 2. So far today,
140.
she's already on 6. So it looks like it's very likely she can have her best leg haul as well for a day, with plenty of time to go. The proof is in the results. The
100.
performance is getting better. Is she going to find it good enough to compete in these groups at the top end? Time will tell. But the consistency
60.
certainly starting to rise.
Now, defeat here for Chris Wickenden wouldn't be as fatal as it would be in his last match of the day against Core Decker, or as it would have been for Kevin Painter in that previous
60.
match, because not only would you be losing a match, but you'd be letting one of the players you're trying to catch win a game. So even though everybody would have earmarked Mikuru Suzuki as a must-win match, the worst that he could be is 2
60.
points behind after this round of fixtures, whereas Painter could have found himself 4 points behind and he lost that last leg decider. Painter plays Suzuki next. Decker plays Andreas Harrison.
60.
Chris Wickenden plays Haruki Muramatsu. Has that 92 double-double finish for Kevin Painter not only put him in
59.
third place, as it put him in pole position suddenly to get that third place?
The league table would suggest so. Absolutely. When we spoke about this at the start of the day, when we looked at that top position between Harrison and Muramatsu, and how the fixtures break down and the order in which they come can be quite significant. As Mikuru hits a third 180 of the day. She's hit one in every match so far. Which again, a size-limit improvement because across her first 10 matches
60.
that
Mikuru
took place
car
on Monday and Tuesday,
101.
she only hit 3 180s across the 2 days, double in her tally.
That was a dart. She didn't want Mikuru Suzuki
41.
on
Chris car 122.
101. Hitting a 2 meant she couldn't finish. Chris Wickenden can finish if he finds a treble here. Is there a way past? There was. There was loads of room. And now he needs a bolt.
97. Mikuru car 60.
It would have been a very good marker if he needed to put one on top of that to get in the bullseye, but the green was no good. Suzuki
Game
finds
shot on
the
the
red
second leg. Mikuru
and doubles her lead
Suzuki.
in this match.
Third leg Mikuru to throw first. Game on.
Big game at the top of the table coming up next. The big main event match, Harrison and Muramatsu, which could pretty much decide
60.
the destiny of the Group A winner. Or it could be all wide open going into our last couple of fixtures.
100. $60. $140.
Perfect first start for Suzuki. Wickenden, though, against a throw, has put himself in
100.
a decent position. He's actually taken the darts here.
$44. $85. $57.
More opportunities for Suzuki.
Yeah, we have seen the best and worst of Chris Wickenden. And
100.
We're seeing the worst
Chris
at the
car
moment. He's
160.
not producing the goods. We have seen him produce a couple of big finishes, though, sometimes from nowhere. This one's not going to go. So Suzuki will have the chance to take out 96 to extend her lead.
60.
to
Mikuru
3
car
legs.
96.
Big last treble 24. Suzuki gave her this opportunity. Expected to stay on the 20 there. That was an ideal dart.
60.
for how
Chris car
Suzuki's darts
100.
lie, but you feel this is must hit here for Chris Wickenden, because Suzuki's in an area of the board she favours.
Surely got to go tops. That was the intention.
40. Makuru car
So
36.
it is that preferred double 18 for Suzuki for 3-zip. Double 9. Can she use it? No,
27.
she can't. Wickenden off
Christian
the
car
hook.
60.
Suzuki's throw now threatened.
3 darts for 3-0 missed for Suzuki.
Oh, that is
40.
so hard.
Makuru car 9.
Saw from the first camera angle there how much was blocking tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
Suzuki
Makuru
got away with missing
Suzuki.
those darts at double and does lead 3-0. And Chris Wickenden here is in big
Fourth leg,
bother.
Chris to throw first.
Had the
Game on.
opportunity before this match to make it a 3-way tie on 12 for third place. Instead, he'll be the one that's trailing the race. He does still have Core Decker to play, but he can't do anything about
140.
Kevin Painter now. He's already got his win against him, but the defeat here kind of renders it irrelevant.
55. $100.
Kuru doesn't need to get it done here.
41.
She's got 4 opportunities to win this match and going to have the advantage of throw in the next. He does go to a deciding leg. Makuru will also
57.
have the advantage of throw in that one. So plenty of opportunities where she may pinpoint the moment where she could go on to get her second victory of the week, adding to that victory over
100.
second place Haruki Muramatsu.
$58.
Wickenden favourite to get a leg on the board here. He's already missed 3 darts to do so.
100. Christian car
Suzuki
146.
not too far behind. Another in there. Treble 18 now.
114.
Nice leave.
$53. Christian
Much more
car 32.
preferable area of the board here for Chris Wickenden. We saw how he can block tops with that opening dart. Down here, it just opens up the bed.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Chris Wickenden.
An important holder throw for Chris Wickenden. Keeps him in this match, keeps him in. The possibility
Fifth
of
leg,
a
Makoto
Group
to
B
throw first.
campaign.
Game on.
We've seen him a couple of times in a Group C. But again, he's one of those players that you feel would have a much better opportunity in a Group B. As does everybody.
100.
60% chance of qualifying, 3 from 5.
Is Suzuki going to harm his chances here? She's going to pick up
99.
her second win of the week. She's been in good positions already today. She was in a decent spot against Core Decker. Started well against Andreas Harrison. But this looks like the best chance.
140. $97.
Lovely first start from Makuru.
140.
Lovely visit, back-to-back 140s. You expect She should get match darts in this leg.
60. Makoto Car 121.
Triple 13 will be the next target. And she'll just tee up tops now.
81.
That's exactly what she does. So Mikuru Suzuki is going to have 3 match darts here. Missed 2 in her previous match against Kordeka.
38. Makoto
She's
Car
got
40.
even more than that. 6 if she needs them.
Game shot
She
in the
only
match.
needs 2,
Makoto Suzuki.
And now she has 2 wins. Mikuru Suzuki with a 4-1 success against Chris Wickenden. She beats Wickenden 4-1 and she picks up a second win of the week. Coming next, it's a big one. Haruki Muramatsu against Andreas Harrison. Here we go then, this is it, the big one. Those 2 players are the 2 at the top of the Group A table. Andreas Harrison and Haruki Muramatsu fighting it out to seal the
First like Haruki to throw
spot
first. Game on.
at finals night on Saturday. So just to put you in the picture, this is how things stand between the 2. Muramatsu
1 out
is
of
the
40.
one-playing chaser, but if he wins this match, they're going to be level. Harrison, though, if he wins this match, then, well, it as good as gives him that place at finals night. So it's a huge game. The
100.
biggest we've had all week so far, and it could be the one that determines the destiny of this group.
And it feels like two players playing different games. For me,
41.
it's like Andreas Harrison's playing a final while Muramatsu's playing a semi-final.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. By the way, that table is in play, so this is their 13th
125.
fixture. There are 2 left, so there still would be an outside chance for Muramatsu to turn it around after this. His remaining fixtures against Chris Wickenden and Mikuru Suzuki. Andreas Harrison plays Core Decker and Kevin
95.
Painter. So he plays the players currently in 3rd and 4th, where Muramatsu plays the players currently in 5th and 6th, which is interesting. And we go back to the
100.
start of the day when you saw that really short price on Harrison to win the group. Now, if he wins this match, then it's going to look like it was pretty much spot on. But if he loses it, then it does look very,
76.
very stingy.
Well, all the stars have aligned in the way that I painted the picture this morning, and the fact that both players have been winning their matches brings it down to this fixture, where Muramatsu has
40.
the advantage of the
Haruki
throw
Okar
in a
149.
game where we've got 2 very evenly matched players.
$55. Andres Okar 136. $41.
First
Haruki Okar
chance
94.
For Muramatsu to get this leg in the ledger, but Harrison only 1 point behind him. May start on the ball. He does. And that means he has to finish on the ball, which he can't do.
69. Andres
Similar type
Okar
of
95.
Possible shot for Andreas Harrison.
He's going the same route as well. He's going the old school route, we now call it.
70. Haruki
Similar
Okar
effort.
25.
Just missing out on the ball, leaving the 25. Muramatsu. The opening leg of this match.
9. Andres Okar 25. Game shot on the first leg.
Well, it's
Andreas
first blood
Harrison.
to Harrison, and it's a breaker throw as well.
Second leg, Andres to throw first. Game on.
And if he goes on and wins the match, this will be the scenario. 4 points between himself and Haruki Muramatsu, with only 4 left to play for. So Muramatsu would
41.
then be relying on snookers, really. Harrison would have to lose to both Core Decker and Kevin Painter. And Muramatsu would have to beat both Mikuru Suzuki and Chris Wickenden, and in the
47.
process overturn a decent leg difference advantage that Andreas Harrison would have, particularly if he wins this match well.
140.
Well, he started it well. Taking advantage of all the mistakes at the moment from Muramatsu.
100.
Sure, both players aware of the weight that this game carries.
140.
Just wonder if that weight is weighing heavier, and because of the way you described it, the fact that
60.
for Muramatsu it really is kind of do or die. Is that burden heavier than Andreas Harrison, and knows it's only really part of his story today?
60.
Well, Andreas Harrison's still in control as long as he keeps this game tight. The only way Muramatsu would have really made an impact here is had he won this game by a significant scoreline. Andreas Harrison
45.
get to 3
Andres
legs.
Okar 120.
That'd be good enough to keep him still top of the table and favourite to go on and win this Group A.
Game shot on the second leg. Andreas
He seems to be
Harrison.
playing free and easy at the moment, and it's a far cry from the Haruki Muramatsu we've seen so far.
Third leg, Haruki to throw
He
first. Game on.
Just be having his worst game at the worst time.
And it is so frustrating when that happens.
140.
Feel like everything was done for no reason when that happens. You play a tournament, you play so
55.
well all day. Get to the final, you don't perform, and it feels like a complete waste. All that good stuff soon gets forgotten.
60. 85.
Well, you can't afford to lose this leg, that's for sure. It's a better leg of
140.
darts, 2 140s in his first 3 visits to get him to a finish after 9. Harrison can't join him.
140. Haruki Okada 161. 137.
Fantastic leg from Muramatsu. Just as we were starting to send up the distress signals. Crack out the lifeboats. He said, put those away, pal.
180. Haruki Okada 24. Game shot on the third leg. Haruki Muramatsu.
Just bats off the maximum as well. Muramatsu's taken time to get into this game, but he is in it now.
Fourth leg, Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Still advantage Andreas Harrison. But Muramatsu, having
55.
had the throw in this game, only needs to break back. That's a trebleless turn from Harrison in terms of big trebles
96.
anyway.
100. 100.
Always feels great when you get that all-important treble with a last dart, because you know that your opponent is just starting to sniff out the
135.
potential opportunity as well.
$75. 100.
This is a big exchange, you feel. Muramatsu, 1 treble gets him down to a decent finish. 2 trebles gets him down to a better finish than Harrison.
100.
Only
Andreas
1.
Okada 111.
And Harrison's going to get a dart, a double 16.
79. Haruki Okada
Muramatsu's going to get a go at
130.
130.
Needs to find a treble to get a dart at the bull. It is a dart at the bullseye.
105.
And again, just
Andreas
on the
Okada 32.
25 ring for Muramatsu. Dirty Harrison.
Game shot on the
Steps
fourth
in.
leg. Andreas Harrison.
Holds onto his throw, a big holder throw. Muramatsu's going to have to be perfect from here. He
Fifth
is
leg,
out of
Haruki to
lives,
throw
he is
first.
out of
Game on.
opportunities. He has to win the next 3 legs, or he's pretty much done as far as our Group A winner.
Yeah, certainly out of his hands. And Andreas Harrison plays his next game before Haruki plays his next game. So
60.
could be finished. He could be out of that race. Harrison could seal the group by beating Kordeka in game 11.
As far as I'm concerned with this match, Andreas Harrison has done his job. He just needs to get to
121.
3 legs. could afford to lose the game as long as he kept it tight, and he's done that part. So anything from here just makes the task even easier.
Seems to be agreeing in the background there as well, nodding his head. He knows
100.
he's taking care of business here, and that's what he's done. He got ahead early, didn't he? Had that perfect day on day one, and then since then has just done enough.
100.
That's the way to win Group A.
$100.
Every time I'm here, I say the same thing. Consistency. That's what it takes to win these
100.
groups. Consistency. Moments of brilliance are great, but you need to find that consistent base that can potentially win you every game, rather than having one game at 95 and one at 75
60.
and saying you're running around about an 85 average. It'd be better just to consistently put in those 85s. And that's what Andreas Harrison's been doing. Just good, consistent, solid darts.
He could go elsewhere if he's really that scared of busting.
140.
He's backed himself not to be attracted to those darts. Seen Dimitri van den Berg in that situation go treble 12 before.
60.
Andreas Harrison has left exactly what he wanted. He's got Haruki Muramatsu exactly where he wants him. And
Game
that
shot of the
could
match,
be the
Andreas
double top
Harrison.
that sees Andreas Harrison finish top of the Group A table. The perfect result for him against his closest rival, who he now leads by 4 points. A 4-1 victory, a great performance. Andreas Harrison now is almost there.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Andreas Harrison has put himself now on the brink of qualification through to Saturday night's final after getting the better Haruki Murematsu by 4 legs to 1 before the break. So as far as the league standings are concerned, these are the results first and foremost from what we've seen so far. Prior to that, Mikuru Suzuki beat Chris Wickenden 4-1 and Kevin Painter beat Cord Decker in a last leg decider. This is how the table shapes up then. Harrison with a 4-point lead from Haruki Murematsu in second spot in the table. So one more victory will confirm the Swede into the finale on Saturday. Right, next up for us, it is Mikuru Suzuki up against Kevin Painter, and this is being watched by Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thank you,
Can you
Henry.
change the names on the screens, please?
Big match for Kevin Painter, who takes on Mikuru Suzuki. She's just had a big performance.
First leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
A 4-1 win over Chris Wickenden for Mikuru. A second win of the week, but Kevin Painter, well, he had a good victory against Cord Decker, a 92 checkout, double-double in the last leg of it, the deciding leg, has put himself in pole position. Level on points with Decker, who could have been pretty much home and dry for third place. Instead now, the artist has the opportunity to ask questions of Core. A win here for Painter will put him on 14
85.
points, 2 ahead of Decker, who plays Andreas Harrison next, and 4 points clear of Chris Wickenden, who faces Haruki Murematsu next. Painter could be in such
45.
a good position before the final set of fixtures get underway.
It's a fixture he's had good success in. He's won both the exchanges, but
60.
there is something Mikuru likes about playing Kevin Painter, because she's given him a couple of scares over the last couple of days. No more so than yesterday in the very last fixture, she went 3-2 up against
64.
Kevin Painter in what we described as a must-win fixture for Kevin Painter if today was going to have any relevance for him.
$81.
Kevin Painter and
81.
Cord Decker are on the same points and the same leg difference, both on -2, so every leg may matter in the race between the two of them. We can't completely rule out Chris Wickenden yet either.
45.
Just wonder if it's all fallen into place for Painter here. Seemed to be falling out of place for Painter for much of yesterday and early today, but he has this match, and then Cord Decker plays
139.
Andreas Harrison when Harrison needs to win to seal first place in the group and a place at finals night. If he does that, then Painter plays him when he's already done it, and the intensity may just disappear a little bit.
140. Kevin O'Carr 32. Game shot on the first leg. Kevin Painter.
Better start here for Kevin Painter than we've seen in his last couple of games, despite the victory.
Second leg, Mikuru to throw first.
Decker.
Game on.
There's a bit of a lag, I feel, that came from match number 2 today, where Kevin Painter missed 16 darts at a double. Only winning
55.
one leg. We saw the ironic "where was you earlier" from Painter when he hit that tops double 16 to win that match.
45.
You know Kevin well, is he the type of player who will be keeping a close eye on the group and knowing what he's likely to need to do, or is he one who just goes, well, I'll throw my darts and let the league table take care of itself?
I think it depends
100.
on where he is in the situation. I think if he was closer to the top, I think he might want to know a little bit more.
96.
But I think because he would have pretty much wrote himself out of this, I genuinely don't think he cares from this point. He just wants to get up there, win his matches, get back to the hotel and start a new campaign tomorrow.
55. $140. 140.
A wild one from Painter.
85.
There's some way to putting it right. It's left a
Nakuru
more
car
favourable finish than the one
151.
that Suzuki is facing here.
$100. Kevin O'Carr 135.
Start on the ball. 25 leaves treble 20 to move him back down to the bullseye again.
110. Makuru O'Carr
Happens so often on
51.
those types of shots, doesn't it, where the other dart goes exactly where the first one was. Almost magnetic. Akira Suzuki needs double 16 here.
Game shot on the
Gets it.
second leg. Makoto Suzuki.
Caused Painter a problem or two, it seems.
Third leg Kevin to throw first. Game on. $80.
Uru just seems to be a little bit more deliberate in this game. Just seems to be a little bit slower. Just not by much, just a little bit of the edge coming out of the game. And I think with that, we're seeing Kevin almost trying to go quicker to
30.
try and hurry her up a little bit. He's at the hockey, setting his dart before she even retrieved.
31.
Uru with it. To a first start, shake of the head.
81.
Been talking about that pace of Kevin Painter. Look at it. Out of the traps like a greyhound.
And he had to reset there. I don't know whether that was because
121.
Makuru was still very active in his eye line. You see Makuru wait until Kevin's gone past before she even lifts that dart. There are certain parts of the world when you play darts that they actually put a line across where the
85.
hockey is, and you can't go up to the hockey until the player has moved past the line of the hockey.
$55.
Everything is getting close to getting decided. The run in this group. Andreas Harrison in the next game can confirm top spot in the table
85.
if he defeats Core Decker. If he does that, and Kevin Painter has won here, and Painter will, as good as, have sealed
34.
third spot in the table. We know that Haruki Muramatsu can only either top the group with a mathematical miracle, or he will be in Group B, and we know that Makuru Suzuki will definitely be in Group C
81.
on Thursday and Friday, when she will join Ricky Palmer, Shane McGurk and Alex Small. Some pacey players in there. We're going to see a bit of a
96.
contrast,
Makoto
I think,
O'Carr
in
139.
some of the matches.
Alex Small is one of the quickest players in darts at the moment. Very exciting player. I do like watching Alex Small.
$43. Kevin O'Carr 84.
Big visit for Kevin Painter. 14 leaves the ball.
59.
Oh, she's gone for the ball in this
Makoto
match
O'Carr
twice. She's
96.
found the 25. Last time he was punished by Makuru Suzuki. And he's
Game
punished
shot on the
again.
third leg. Makoto
A super
Suzuki.
check out by Suzuki. 96 out to lead 2-1.
Fourth leg Makoto to throw first. Game on.
Break a throw for Suzuki, who takes charge of the tie. And all that we were just saying about Kevin Painter getting a real grip
60.
on third place, well, that might be slipping from his grip and actually going out of his hands, because whatever happens in this game, if Kevin Painter wins it, he'll
58.
be in third still. But if he loses it, he'll actually drop out of that position because they had the same leg difference, himself and Kordecker.
All getting a bit interesting in the race for a Group B place.
60.
Chris Wickerden can still come and join that party. Could swoop the lot.
135.
Suzuki here is on course for potentially back-to-back victories here. She won her last match. That was against Chris Wickerden 4-1. She's now moved her leg
60.
tally today to 11 legs. That is the same amount of legs she won on Monday and Tuesday combined. So in 3.5 matches,
55.
she's already bettered what she could do in 10.
Continuing to play decent stuff.
100.
We said thorn in the side earlier on. She's been that.
55.
This
60.
speedy Kevin Painter suits him. Do you think it's something that perhaps sometimes he's rushing a bit too much? Well, now he's decided not to rush. He's decided to take a step back.
Yeah, I don't think it's working for him. But I also feel he's just
85.
experimenting a little
Makuru
bit
car
here.
161.
I was going to ask you if in the speed he's lost his composure, but you'd have to have the composure in the first place to lose it. Hasn't yet lost the leg, and he's
65.
got a
Kevin
chance to
Carr,
win it.
113.
113. Makuru's left the same finish he took out to win the last leg. The Painter would be well advised to clean this up, which he can. On double 18. In
Game
it
shot on the
goes.
fourth flag.
Excellent
Kevin
reply
Painter.
by Kevin Painter, who breaks straight back with that ton-topping checkout.
Fifth leg Kevin to
Ties up
throw
the match at
first.
2-2.
Game on.
His biggest finish of the week so far as well there for Kevin Painter. He has had a 110 and 100 to win the match. We've just
97.
Kuru in the back there. She's starting to do that stretching and touching the toes again. This is something we see from her at the back end of days. And is there a bit of tension, a bit of fatigue
100.
creeping in the back end of days? Because we do see the performance dip for Makura at the back of the sessions.
140.
Just feel that with Kevin Painter, I may be wrong, stats, I think we'll back this up, but I feel that it's the last start that seems to be the one that gets away. Maybe just that extra half second of care taken
100.
with the final dart. So many times he's piled the first two perfectly in the treble 20, and the next one has not just missed, but it's been quite far away. Again,
85.
we see the final dart flying there.
It's like he throws the last one a little bit harder.
And there you see Makuru Suzuki perfectly paced, all three darts given the same due care and attention and thrown at the same rhythm. Same space in between. Go on, Kevin. Exhibition shot, just do it.
A right-handed 9.
25.
They do that because they
Makuru
don't want to
car
embarrass
121.
themselves. Going downstairs. Makuru Suzuki, though, trying to get the upper hand in this game again. Treble 17 will give her a dart at the bullseye. Can't get it. So Painter, having just taken out his biggest check out of the week.
42. Kevin car
Now looking
154.
and an enormous out.
Won't go on this occasion. It's worth mentioning as well that Makuru Suzuki had a 180 in this leg. And that continues the trend of Mikuru Suzuki hitting a 180 in every game so far today.
114. Mikuru car 79.
Tops to leave tops there by Kevin Painter. Options for Mikuru. Treble 19, treble 17, okay. To leave double 14. She almost pulled it off.
65. Kevin Newcar 40. Game shot on the 5th leg. Kevin
One
Painter.
above, one in. Kevin Painter in the lead. Survived a bit of a scare there from Suzuki. The 180 in the leg, and then the
6 leg
two
Mikuru to
darts of
throw
double
first.
14
Game on.
were missed, but Painter is a leg away now from moving 2 points clear in third place. All important, of course, because second and third make it through to Group B, which gives you a big advantage in trying to qualify for
140.
finals night.
$140. $60. $40.
Suzuki again over the 80 average mark in this one. Just to further confirm the point that you made earlier, Chris, about you
100.
expect she's going to be better in a Group C. She's going to grow into this, that you wouldn't write her out of the possibility of even turning this whole week around.
135.
She has shown more signs as the week has gone on. And she can carry on the upward curve, then who knows? But right now,
60.
it is all about Kevin Painter. Mikuru, nothing to play for in this group other than preparation for the next group. Kevin Painter
134.
trying to
Mikuru car
put
141.
himself in the best group.
He's got a shot here, Kevin, at 52.
105. Kevin
Under
car
pressure
52.
from Suzuki. He's herself a single dart finish.
This to get the job done. And
Game shot of the
Painter
match. Kevin
picks it off.
Painter.
That is a huge win for Kevin Painter. Good display from Mikuru Suzuki, but it is the artist who has the advantage now in that race for P3. Core Decker chasing him down. He takes on Andreas Harrison, who, if he wins the next match, will win the group.
Welcome back. Before the break, Kevin Painter got the better of Mikuru Suzuki by 4 legs to 2. Andreas Harrison could win the group with victory against Cord Decker here. Chris and Matt are in commentary.
Yeah, indeed. He can. Andreas Harrison having won that crucial contest against Haruki Muramatsu
First leg, Andreas,
a
to throw
couple
first.
of games ago. He's
Game
put
on.
himself in that position now where it's all in his own hands. Just needs to get one more victory to secure a top spot. Even if he doesn't get that, he may still finish first.
121.
It would have to be perfect and overturn what is now a 11-leg advantage for Harrison. But victory here, and it is Saturday at the Super Series for the Super Swede. Though Cord Decker will have a thing or two to say about that. He is looking to go level in third place with Kevin Painter, who's just opened up the advantage
100.
with that win before the break against Mikuru Suzuki. So important for him. Earlier in the week, he missed double 18 for a 9-darter, 4 perfect darts in this opening leg against the throw as well, though. Decker means business.
$140.
He's someone who sort of grows, no pun intended, into the days.
43. Andreas Hukal, 140.
Cord Decker, and I don't think it really matters if he goes into C or B. I think he's going to be a danger in both. There's certain players where you think
100.
they'd benefit
Koyokar,
more from a
138.
group or a campaign. I think he's going to be one of the favourites in either.
We've mentioned it looks like quite an even, almost a lottery of a week this week.
58.
The players that could make
Andreas
it to Saturday.
Hukal,
Last
40.
week, there was the argument that actually Group C was a better group to be in.
Game shot in the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison has no intention of being in any group for the rest of the week. He just wants
Second
to
leg,
be
quarter through first. Game on.
in action on Saturday night, and he might end up doing on Wednesday what he did on Monday, which is win all of his matches. That's still a possibility for him.
57.
Well, a lot of it does come down to the players that are in the group as well, aren't they? Because you look at it and you think, yes, the mathematics work out and you got more chance in terms of the numbers. Depending on
140.
the players that are in which group, sometimes you could prefer the less chance to potentially get the weaker group. This week, I think we've got a very
81.
even split across both groups.
Yeah, say if you had, I don't know, someone like Matthew Edgar in Group C, you'd rather be in that one, wouldn't you?
Well, he was a recent winner of Group B, wasn't he?
60.
Never done it in Group C, though, has he?
Actually, he's won a Group C as well.
Here?
Well, not here,
Oh,
but
well, there-
on the
there we go.
stage. Like,
140.
You're planning to be back on the stage relatively
140.
soon?
soon enough, yes. Yeah, we'll have another go. Give it another bash. Glenn
137.
Durrant's coming up the commentary box
Andreas
to
Hukal,
have a go in the near
161.
future.
Yep, he's announced his debut will be in Series 6. Not specified when yet, but all will be revealed.
60. Koyokar, 86.
I'll have that week, please. Nice 4 points on the board before we start.
All could be decided in this group at the end of this match in terms of who wins it.
51.
And Andreas Harrison
Andreas Hukal,
has a chance
101.
to double his lead against Decker here. Break a throw if he can take out the 101, which can still be done. Treble 20. Failed to find it.
45.
Decker.
Koyokar,
The deadlock.
35.
That was a big, sizable shuffle
3.
across there from
Andreas Hukal,
Cord
56.
Decker. Wasn't able to find a way around the dart. The way Andreas Harrison finishes. Every time he comes to the board for a finish like this, you're just expecting it to go.
Game shot on the second leg. Andreas
Expectation.
Harrison.
It's turned into reality. He is 2 from 2. We still only had one game.
Third leg,
Just
Andreas
been
to
the
throw first.
100%
Game
on the
on.
finishers. That was Muramatsu on the last game on Tuesday. He did it against Kordeka.
180.
Well, 2 legs away from winning the group here, Andreas Harrison, and he starts one of those legs in the perfect fashion.
140.
And in the match that he needs to win to seal the group, Andreas Harrison is
180.
producing his best performance yet. An average of 113.5, and he's on a 9-dart finish.
We're just talking about perfection in
140.
terms of the finish. It
Andreas
might be
Ricard,
perfection in terms of the
141.
leg.
Oh, Andreas. Well, Kordeka went further into one, didn't he? He missed a double.
83.
Andreas Harrison, he wasn't far away from that treble, to his credit. But what a display he's putting on here.
180. Andreas Ricard, 58.
The leg from Kordeka's not been bad, has it? 140, 140, 180.
Game
Didn't
shot of the
even get a
third leg.
go
Andreas
at the
Harrison.
41. Superb stuff from Sweden's Andreas Harrison.
Fourth leg called through first. Game on.
And that 180 from Kordeka was our 4th 180 of this match. And no doubt when the 180s are flying, the averages are high.
25.
Yeah. Well, that busts his average, a dart on the floor, and only 25 scored with the other 2. But Andreas Harrison up towards 110.
140.
About 112.
How quickly it can change in these short formats, but he could be producing the best display we've ever seen
59.
from him.
Could be the best game of the week. That game where we had the 100% on the doubles from Muramatsu against Kordeka also gives us our best average of the week so
85.
far, 100.63. At the moment, this is significantly over the top of those stats.
Be some way to seal top spot, wouldn't it, for Andreas Harrison?
85.
Doing it with panache.
$95.
Does have that ability to hit the big ones from absolutely nowhere,
140.
Kordeka. And get himself back into legs that he wasn't in.
$45.
He's back in this one.
$100. Andreas Ricard, 136. $96.
Set up
Kordeka,
beautifully.
92.
He's got 3 darts potentially to win the match if Kordeka misses this 92. He's only had 3 darts at a double in the match and hit all of them.
52.
So
Andreas
law of
Ricard,
averages
40.
suggest Andreas Harrison is going to book the group title.
Double 10. Double 5. And
Game shot in
Andreas
the match,
Harrison
Andreas
is
Harrison.
through to finals night here at the Super Series. A fabulous display to seal top spot in Group A. 4-0 win against Kordeka, but look at that average, 101.9. 2 of the matches 4 180s, and his finishing has got him through all week. Harrison makes it to finals night. Coming next, Chris Wickenden takes on Haruki Muramatsu.
Welcome back. And so, Dirty Harry is in the Saturday here at the MODUS Super Series. He has got the job done. He is a 4-0 victor against Core Decker. It puts him on to 24 points and means the job is insurmountable as far as Haruki Muromatsu is concerned. Am I feeling lucky? Oh no, Andreas, you are very, very good indeed. 101 average to seal the job. Right, Haruki Muromatsu is in action now against Chris Wickenden. And watching this one, it is Chris and Matt.
So the chance has gone for Muromatsu in Harrison sealing his finals night spot. He's also confirmed Haruki's place in Group B. Chris Wickenden himself is hoping to get there, but he's got a mountain to climb, really. He'd have to win this match and beat Cordecker. And in between that, hope that Kevin Painter is beaten by Andreas Harrison. Also, a 7-leg deficit to Painter at the moment, which is very difficult to overturn,
First leg,
considering that
Christopher
Kevin has
first.
only got one match left to play.
Game on.
Wickenden, though, has impressed as the week has gone on, and if it is to be Group C, which is likely, then he'll fancy his chances. Ricky
125.
Palmer, Shane McGurk, Alex Small, Makuru Suzuki. And then it would be Decker or Painter filling the other spot.
60.
I think when we do look back over Group A, we can only really talk about one man. Andreas Harrison, 13 180s, 6 toneless finishes,
140.
including the biggest one of the week so far, the 164. He's had the biggest average of the week so far in his qualifying game. 101.90, beating that of Muromatsu, who held that record.
136.
Mightily impressive consistency. Running average for the week over the 90 mark. Doubles percentages
59.
around the 50%, just under. Been dominant display for Andreas Harrison. Has Andreas Harrison impressed you? Do you think he can go all the way? Let us know at MSS Darts, Facebook,
80.
Instagram and Twitter. Is it the first time you've seen Andreas Harrison? It is. Sure, like the rest of us, you'll be mightily impressed.
137.
He'll be there Saturday night. Who else will join him? Chris Wickenden hoping to be one of them. Haruki Muromatsu hoping to get there and get his revenge for stealing a couple of days off.
180. Crystal car
for
40.
him.
$30.
Well, that
Haruki car
maximum
45.
Let's just put Muromatsu back in the picture here. He's going to get 2 darts to break.
Game shot on the first leg. Haruki Muromatsu.
Great timed 180. Plenty of noise from the caller Paul Hinks. Just unsettled Chris Wickenden
Second leg,
there on the
Haruki to
finish.
third first. Game on.
You've got to say this is probably the issue for both players so far this week. Just a couple of mistimed doubles.
177.
Bad performance, wasn't it, from Haruki Muromatsu that put paid to his chances, really, when he turned up, or didn't turn up, if you like, against Andreas Harrison, who beat him
61.
4-1. In terms of meetings with Wickenden, it's one apiece in the head-to-head. It's a fabulous start to this leg from Muromatsu, 177.
You know, you asked who else might be there Saturday. I think their
49.
viewers might be there Saturday. All they've got to do is give that QR code a scan. It'll take you to dartshop.tv. You can book your free complimentary tickets to the Super Series, just a
41.
small booking fee.
And it has been well attended of late, so make sure you get there as early as possible. Book your ticket as early as possible, that is. Guarantee your seats.
52.
The place that everybody wants to play in now.
They really do. I'm spending a lot of time in Europe, and
43.
it's on everywhere you go. I spend a lot of time in dart cafes or dart shops, certainly in Belgium. And when you go to all these shops, it's on in the TV. People are in there practicing, trying new darts, watching the Super Series. So Good afternoon to all you guys.
140.
Various shops around Europe tuning in.
Maybe
97.
a fair few
Haruki Okada,
watching.
83.
In Japan this week in particular, and Haruki Muramatsu has given them plenty to smile about.
43.
It was one of the favourites to win this week. You can see why. Plenty of positive signs from Muramatsu.
101. Haruki Okada, 40.
It's tops for Muramatsu to double his lead.
Game shot on the
He is
second
one of
leg.
the players
Haruki
that have got
Muramatsu.
100% on the outer ring. No one's done it twice.
Third leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
Haruki halfway there. His final match is that all-Japanese duel between himself and Mikuru
100.
Suzuki, who now has 2 wins in this group after her victory against Chris Wickenden earlier today. Second leg on the spin. Not
140.
quite the perfect start. But Muramatsu is just asking question after question of Chris
60.
here. And it is night and day from his previous performance.
And that'll be frustrating for him as well. I can really vouch for this.
100.
Very recently, I went over to Barcelona for the Catalonia Open. Played fantastic throughout the day. Only dropped 2 legs until the final. And played absolutely pants in the final.
80.
And I left there, and I might as well have lost first round. My head was completely in the bin. Certainly wouldn't have been able to recover the way that Muramatsu has here. So a really good mental strength here from Muramatsu, just to be able to
85.
dismiss the disappointment, because he was in a very strong position. If he would have beat Harrison, he would be in the driving seat here to take that Group A position.
57.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that they've been the top 2 in this group.
100.
And he will leave and go to Group B with real confidence and real authority. I think between certainly 3 of the other 4, you could put them in any position and not have a
120.
massive argument against whoever finished
Haruki
third.
Okada, 76.
Looking like Kevin Painter at the moment, though there could be a little twist and turn between now and the end of the day. But Muramatsu is just
Game shot on the third
breezing
leg.
through this
Haruki
one.
Muramatsu.
Well, he did have the best average of the week going into the last game. That was beaten
Fourth leg, Haruki to throw
by
first.
Andreas
Game on.
Harrison, who topped it up to 101.90. Muramatsu might be about to get that crown straight back. 102.48 at the moment.
60. $140.
Could be a second straight.
60.
4-0 scoreline. We hadn't had one of those since Haruki Muramatsu
137.
beat Kevin Painter in game 12 yesterday with a whitewash win. Very entertaining one it was as well.
$140.
A little bit quicker, but certainly still so smooth with that action.
$140.
Chris Wickenden showing a bit of fight here.
Showing a bit of speed himself as well, isn't he? He'd just like to let him go at pace and he'll retrieve them at speed as well.
100. Chris Okada, 84.
Double 12 to avoid being beaten to 0.
72. Haruki Okar
You could see that
141.
wasn't really in the way. You could see 99% of that bed, but it was a really poor second attempt.
$100.
Big last start there
Chris
too.
Okar 12.
What's the urgency here on Chris Wickenden?
Game shot on the fourth
Gets it
leg.
with the first
Chris
start.
Wickenden.
13 data there. Significant improvement there from Chris Wickenden. He had a bit of time due to the scoring phase of that.
Fifth leg,
9
Chris to throw
darts,
first.
2
Game on.
140s and a 137. His 6 successful treble 20 hits from the 9 attempts. He continues in that vein.
140.
Final 3 matches. Andreas Harrison against Kevin Painter. Painter
60.
in position that if he can defeat the league leader, then he will seal that 3rd spot. And go into Group B, Haruki Murematsu
60.
then against Mikuru Suzuki. Both players already know where they're going. But if Painter doesn't beat Andreas Harrison, then that game between Core Decker and Chris Wickenden becomes really relevant.
$100. $60. $100.
Confirmation now that the fact that Chris Wickenden has lost 3 legs in this match means that he's not going to be able to overturn the deficit. And is
100.
confirmed in Group C, won't be in Group B.
So we've only got 1 place left available now in our Group C lineup. We know Suzuki and
60.
Wickenden will be
Chris Okar 141.
dropping into Group C. Will they be joined by Core Decker or Kevin Painter?
Wow.
Game
he's
shot on the
pulled out
fifth
a few of
leg.
these,
Chris
hasn't he, Chris
Wickenden.
Wickenden this week. That's a 141 to go with the 143 against Painter and the 156
Six leg
against
Haruki to
Painter.
throw first.
At least
Game
he's
on.
dished it out to someone else this time. But yeah, those of you that are quick with the maths may see that Wickenden can actually get to the same leg difference as the artist, but he couldn't bridge the amount of legs won. Even if Kevin Painter were to lose 4-0 and he were to
60.
win 4-0 in his last match, he went into this game having won 9 legs fewer than Painter already.
134.
Mentioned Murematsu being perfect on the doubles. That record won't change if he doesn't get any more darts at double, will it?
98.
Two things are happening here. Chris Wickenden has really found some scoring power, whereas Murematsu
60.
is starting to find some trebleless visits.
$140. $40. $100.
Well, you would think Murematsu would get chances in this leg.
That's when you start to think Chris Wickeden's races
137.
run
Haruki Okar 103.
starts to find a bit more again.
Treble 17. Well, I thought that Muramatsu would definitely get a dart to win the
41.
match in this
Chris
leg. He
Yukawa,
might not.
130.
Wickenden, having just taken out 141, now wants 130, which is much easier. But he needs to find a way into that treble 20, and that dart would have been blocking it severely.
58. Haruki Yukawa, 62.
Well, at least 17. So double 8 for the match. Hasn't missed a dart at double
46.
until now.
Chris Yukawa, 72.
And I didn't expect this about 4 or 5 minutes ago. Chris Wickenden, a chance to break the throw and take us to a deciding leg. Still on with a single, just 57 points remaining, 17 for Tops. Tops to take us all the way.
32.
That was probably the best
Haruki
dart he
Yukawa,
threw out of the
16.
3, but it's the one that didn't find its target. The Muramatsu can complete the win here and now. He
Game,
does
shot,
just
and the
that.
match.
A
Haruki
4-2
Muramatsu.
success for Muramatsu. Chris Wickenden condemned to Group C. He'll go there with Mikuru Suzuki. We're yet to decide who else will join him. It'll be Core Decker or Kevin Painter. Painter looking to seal a Group B spot if he can beat the Group A winner, Andreas Harrison, next.
Welcome back. Haruki Muramatsu got the better of Chris Wickenden 4-2 before the break. We now enter our final round of fixtures on day 3. And it kicks off with Andreas Harrison, who's already won the group. As you can see through those results there, it's been another really good day for the Swede. He beat Kordeka in that last round of fixtures to confirm his spot through. This is how the table occupies itself. As you can see, that lead now is insurmountable. 4 points clear at the top of the pile. He takes on Kevin Painter, who's harbouring his own hopes of Group B darts on Thursday and Friday night. And watching this one in the commentary box, it is Chris and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Yep, Andreas Harrison has already played his decisive match, and he produced an excellent performance to beat Kordeka 4-0. Now Kevin Painter is
First
playing
leg, Andreas to throw first.
If Painter wins this
Game
game, then Decker doesn't have any say. But if Painter loses it, then there is a chance for Kordeka to turn things
16.
around. Now, The margin of defeat could come into play as well.
140.
Kevin Painter does end up losing the match, because if he only loses it 4-3 or 4-2, then Kordecker cannot
60.
catch him. Painter only needs a couple of legs here to secure a Group B spot.
Now, we've mentioned throughout this week that I know
91.
Kevin Painter quite well, been practice partners for about 12 years. There's one thing I can tell you here. Andreas Harrison sat top of the table, only
100.
losing 2 games so far. Kevin Painter is going to want to beat him.
And he did beat him yesterday,
85.
didn't he? Very first match. A 4-2 success against Andreas Harrison. So imagine Kevin Painter beating him twice out of 3 goes.
60.
Kevin's the sort of person that would be able to leave here positive on the fact that he beat Harrison, because he would then just put it down to his own misfortunes against
25.
other players. He'd go, well, I can beat him, and he's won the group. One of those situations where he'd blame himself rather than the
97.
brilliance
Kevin
we've seen
O'Carr,
from Harrison, which
160.
has led to a 30-year professional career for Kevin Painter.
125. Andreas
A few
O'Carr,
wild,
124.
high, wide and handsome darts from Painter coming in, but often it's when he's got 2 trebles as well. The bullseye for Harrison to annoy him.
99. Kevin O'Carr,
But
35.
now he can please himself, Painter. 3 for double 16 will be the route. And this is for a break of throat.
3. Andreas O'Carr, 25.
Well, Harrison hasn't been passing up these kind of opportunities very much this week.
Game shot in the first leg.
Doesn't look like
Andreas
he's going to start
Harrison.
now either.
Second leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
You see what it means to Kevin Painter this game. He was very frustrated at losing that leg.
135.
Aggressive in his approach to the hockey. You'd think he was playing to try and win the group at the moment, but he's playing the group winner. And that really does mean something to him. He wants to get this victory.
135.
The opening visits mirror each other here. Andreas won't want to mirror that first dart from Painter.
43.
But he went from super speed to slow-mo there, Kevin Painter. That wasn't any tricky camera work.
60. $55.
Don't know if you picked that up there, but
58.
Painter says, come on, man, 5s. Really getting frustrated with the amount of 5s that are eking into his game. If he does tend to miss, it will be to the left-hand side.
58.
It's more 5s than he does on the 1s. When we think back through the day, there's a lot of 1-2 5s, a lot of 1-3 5s.
45.
He's catching. Andreas finding the 5.
138.
It's in a decent position, but how decent depends on what Harrison does here.
95. Kevin O'Carr, 72.
Double top.
52. Andreas O'Carr, 108. $92. Kevin O'Carr,
10s
20.
for a level game. A little bit awkward the way that's kicked across.
Game shot on
No
the second
problem, though, for
leg.
Kevin
Kevin
Painter.
Painter.
there's a bit more of that fire and aggression. Did highlight this as a game that Kevin
Third
would
leg, Andreas to throw first.
want
Game
to
on.
pick up the victory in. You can really see in his demeanour. Wonder if he's also aware of the possibility here of the Group B scenario.
81.
Would much prefer to play in that Group B and knows that he's playing for that opportunity here as well, rather than just to beat the group winner.
Yeah,
95.
Joining, of course, Haruki Muramatsu. Probably got a touch of the Paul Hinks's then. Ryan Palmer might get it.
100.
Tommy Lishman will be in that group. Lishman was quite an entertaining, exciting player. Lots of 180s.
140.
Saw him last time he was here. Ryan the Lion Palmer, well known. And Mike Gillett, of course, a former weekly winner at the MODUS Super Series.
140.
Lishman was quite a fiery character as well, wasn't he? Which could make for some very entertaining games against Kevin Painter.
180.
Yeah, and also very unorthodox. He liked to be a bit of a showman. So he would do things that might just make Kevin Painter
100.
not sure what the
Kevin
word
O'Connor, 86.
is.
Annoyed.
Oh, more than annoyed. Double 7 here. That would please him.
Game shot on the third leg. Kevin Painter.
The artist does lead the league leader. And he's 2 legs away from securing
Fourth leg, Kevin to
that
throw
spot
first.
in
Game
Group
on.
B.
I know the word. Really annoyed.
85.
Yeah, I think we might see
85.
Kevin Painter giving it a few of the sort of Mervyn King wheelies against the likes of Tommy Lishman. Tommy may be watching. Just be warned, Tommy.
85.
But do play your own game, please.
Do you think it's a popcorn match?
55.
Possibly so. Possibly so. You've played here.
140.
And you've been in that practice room, and I think one of the things that's really interesting, the dynamic about playing in this event, is they could play each other quite early in a group. And in any other TV tournament, it's
100.
knockout. You play your opponent, they do what they do, you do what you do. You could be as angry as you like, but you're not going to see them again. When you play here, you're in a quite confined space for quite a long time.
159.
Must be difficult.
Yeah, I don't find this. I just get on with everybody. I do like to wind people up, but I just tend to get on with everybody. But there are certain characters who
140. Kevin
rub
O'Connor,
people up the wrong
32.
way. I've seen a few things over my time.
Well, the setup here from
Game
Kevin
shot on the
Painter
fourth
was
leg.
sublime.
Kevin
The
Painter.
double is delivered, and Andreas Harrison, who's only antagonising antics of being the darts that he's
Fifth
been
leg,
throwing
Andreas to throw first.
against
Game
his
on.
opponents this week, finds himself 3-1 behind against Kevin Painter, and on the brink of back-to-back defeats against the artists.
180.
It's one of them players that as soon as you start to write them off, they start firing everything.
140.
Kevin Painter did the same expression that I did there, the little ooh. It looked like he'd answered in kind. I wonder for Harrison as well. You saw
85.
him react to that dart missing then, the first dart that missed, having hit a 180. When you're already through, that's when you start thinking, right, now I'd like to go and hit a 9-darter.
60.
Do something a bit flash.
Yeah. He did go 6 darts into one earlier on. Or Decker went 8 darts into one yesterday.
100.
We have seen them recently, a few on this stage now. Conor
85.
Heenan hitting
Andreas
2,
O'Connor,
Steve West
136.
producing perfection, and of course Fallon Sherritt with that famous 9-dart finish. After 9, Harrison was on 136 here,
96.
and after 12, he's on tops.
125. Andres Yukar 40.
Well, the finishing's been the strength. It's
20.
not let him down at any
Kevin
point.
Yukar
But
91.
maybe now he's through that just little bit of extra focus. We have gone from Harrison. Painter needs a double. Can't find it on this
34.
occasion. Can't even find the board with the last one. Clatters into the
Andres
equipment.
Yukar 20.
It's just the way he gives it the glare.
Three darts at double. Usually only one outcome. And that's it, Andreas. That's in, Paul.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Andreas
Comedy
Harrison.
moment between the pair of them. Andreas was ready to throw again. I think
Six leg Kevin
Paul
to
Hinks
throw
caught
first.
him
Game on.
in his peripheral vision, putting his arm back up, so didn't make the call, but also didn't realise that Andreas had stopped.
57.
We probably should clarify now that if
100.
he had thrown again and hit a scoring segment, it still would have been game shot. We had questions about that before when something similar happened.
100.
There is some explainer video with one of our referees, Owen Binks, on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
100.
Plenty of exclusive content and such, like interview with Kevin Painter on there about that competitive streak he's got in him.
84.
There's a few little sit-down chats that you're involved in as well. And also just tweet in, let us know who you want to see interviewed, what you want to see at
85.
MSS Darts on Twitter or X or whatever we have to call it these days.
100.
You are the most important person here, the person watching. Will you be watching Kevin Painter in Group B this week?
60. Kevin Yukar
If he takes out this
160.
160. The answer will be yes.
60. Andres Yukar 156.
I was going to say, very unfortunate darts there for Kevin Painter, putting 3 on the top wire, but I think he said it for me.
But he'll still get a chance. It's a better chance now to win this match.
100. Kevin Yukar
Harrison,
100.
though, leaves it handy just in case. 60 for tops for Kevin Painter. Tops. And another.
Game
And that
shot in
is
the
the
match.
way
Kevin
to do
Painter.
it. Kevin Painter finally lets out a celebration. He knew what all that was about. It's twice he's beaten the man who's topped the Group A table. But more importantly for Painter, he, with that win, has sealed third place in this group, meaning he will be in Group B and all of the opportunities that presents. An advantage for the artist who wins with a 90 average, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, sealed with that tops 100 checkout. Coming next, Haruki Muramatsu faces Mikuru Suzuki.
Welcome back. Andreas Harrison has won the war in Group A, but lost the battle against Kevin Painter before the break by 4-2. Our penultimate game of the day sees Haruki Murematsu up against Mikuru Suzuki, and this is being watched in the commentary box by Chris and Matt.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, this all-Japanese duel between Haruki Murematsu and Mikuru Suzuki about to get underway. Both players know that they will be separated, put into different groups now for the rest of the week. Group C awaits Mikuru Suzuki. The action getting underway at 1 p.m. live exclusively for the first 6 matches on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and then also on Sporty Stuff TV. For
First leg, Haruki to throw first.
From 3
Game on.
p.m. Paul Hinks getting proceedings underway. Haruki Murematsu will play in Group B live on both of those platforms from 10 p.m. on Thursday evening. So do tune in for as much as you can. It's going to be an interesting couple of days of double sessions of darts, and one of the reasons for that is both Matthew, Edgar and myself have been saying that it's a very,
45.
very open week. And it's going to be interesting to see who joins Andreas Harrison at finals night. Now, Matthew's going to be leaving us after today, and he did say that he knew I would be asking him for a few predictions before he left. So I'm going to say the first one, based on these two players. Can you see one or both of these players being there on Saturday?
I can see one. Yes. Maybe not both.
26.
And the assumption would be that it would be Murematsu, who could end up only 2 points off the pace at the top of the table come the end of this group, thanks to that defeat of Harrison by Kevin Painter.
139.
Potentially, I don't know how the bookies are going to see it, but potentially going to Group B as a favourite.
$81. Haruki Okao, 167.
I think in terms of
60.
weekly winner, I think we're going to get a big outsider. I don't think it's going to go to a favourite.
Well, at the moment, there's no bigger outsider than Mikuru Suzuki. You'd have to work her way through Group C.
100.
And one of the worrying
Okao,
trends for Mikuru
107.
is that she seemed to tail off in standard as the days have gone on. Hasn't been her best match, her last match, that's for sure.
87.
I know it's a long, laborious day at times for the players, all that practice and playing. Spends a lot of time on the doubles and trebles.
59. Haruki Okao, 20.
Sometimes I think she just might over-prepare for certain situations.
Game shot on the first leg, Haruki Murematsu.
Her last match on Monday was against Haruki Murematsu. And
Second leg,
Mikuru
Mikuru to throw
She
first,
actually
game
beat
on.
him when they met yesterday, but that was the first match, returning the result. So this for a bit of bragging rights.
If we take a look at
100.
the Suzuki performance, you did indicate you felt it was going to improve. Today, significantly so. And we can see that in the numbers. She's won the same amount of legs today as she did over Monday and Tuesday. Her double in percentages on Monday
100.
and Tuesday was 18%. Today, it's up to 32%. So very, very close to the line that we predict you need at 33%. So she's pretty much hitting the standard there.
180.
Daily average today, very, very close to an 82. In fact, with that 180, probably moves it to the 82 average, which is 10 points higher
96.
than that she thrown on Monday.
Yeah, and those 180s have been there as well, haven't they?
Every game.
$85.
136 after 9 for Suzuki. Murematsu maybe starts on the 18s here.
$94. Makoto Car
The
136.
single or the treble, you still need 2 more trebles, but going for the 20, if you hit the single, you can't leave the finish. May have been a moot point anyway. Suzuki looking at double 8.
Game shot on the
supersized
second leg.
outshot
Makoto
At the Super
Suzuki.
Series from Suzuki. 136, but everything that Matt was just mentioning has really been
Third leg,
exhibited in
Makoto
one leg of
first.
darts
Game
there
on.
from Makuru. A 180, a 136 finish, a 12 darter. It shows how much better she has been today and better in her final match.
They're all very
100.
positive from Suzuki today. How much more does she need to find? Because it's all well and good beating the low bar she set for herself this week. But
60.
she's not got to beat herself, she's got to beat the other players. And she's still only got 2 victories on the board. So even with improvement, you feel she's still got to find a little bit more.
140.
Yeah, I just look at that Group C and think it's not going to be one of those groups where anybody dominates. Might even be a week, Matthew, where your rule of 3 is thrown out of the window.
100.
Could very much be so.
And that's 3 defeats in that group. Any more than that, and usually you're not going to make it to
100.
finals night. But if everyone's beating everyone, then that could be a very different scenario come Friday evening.
140. Rookie car 161. $90. $43.
So from a
Rookie
strong
car
hold
71.
from Suzuki in 12 darts. Matsu in for a good leg of his own. These 59 will come down the board. And up to the very top.
31. Makoto car 158.
After the 136. This is the same equation. 2 treble 20s and a double. She could have gone 2 treble 18s and the ball.
36.
Been attempted
Rookie
before.
car 40.
Muramatsu with the rather more simple equation here. 1 dart in tops. Any of them.
20.
Failed to find it. So
Makoto
now
car
Makuru
122.
really should go for treble 18. Do you remember treble 20? She's got away with it. But then she's rightly gone for the 12 segment, but missed it. She does have these little lapses in concentration, doesn't she, Makuru Suzuki, where she just doesn't really think about the finish.
90.
That's not a finish that
Rookie
players
car
get wrong
20.
very often.
Gain shot on the third leg. Rookie
Muramatsu doesn't
Muramatsu.
get that one wrong. Puts himself back in front in this one.
Fourth leg Makoto to throw first. Game on.
You just cast your mind back about an hour or so when he wasn't able to find that performance against Andreas Harrison. With Kevin Painter beating Andreas Harrison in the middle as well.
100.
Muramatsu really rue that missed opportunity. Could be the only game he loses today. That all-important midpoint game,
96.
which we highlighted as a main event midway through the day.
It did prove to be the case. Last couple of matches are just about jostling for position. Well, the last match is about jostling for position. Chris Wickenden taking on
121.
Could still finish 4th, Chris. But it's Harrison through to finals night. Muramatsu and Kevin Painter
137.
going into Group B on Thursday and Friday nights. And Mikuru Suzuki will be joined by that duo who play the curtain closer today in Group C.
55.
I am now going to ask you for predictions. Give us, I won't be too mean and ask you to fill the whole field, but give me
134.
3 more names. 3 names to join Andreas Harrison at finals night from this week.
Well, I'm going to go with Muramatsu. He's been mightily impressive. I'm going to go with Kordeka.
60.
And I'm
Haruki
also gonna
Okada,
put an asterisk on that, 'cause
134.
I think he could potentially win the week. And Mike Gillett.
Just in time to watch the man you've just backed
118.
take out the 134. The miss doesn't matter. He'll be back for the same double he's just hit.
$81. Haruki Okada, 16.
I feel that Mikuru Suzuki has just lost a bit of focus here. She was staying on it, going for a treble 20.
Game shot on the fourth
25
leg.
in the
Haruki
previous visit.
Muramatsu.
Muramatsu taking advantage. He leads 3-1. Both
Fifth leg,
fixtures
Haruki to third
between this
first.
pair have
Game
finished
on.
4-1. 4-1 Muramatsu on Monday. 4-1 Suzuki on Tuesday.
$100. $70.
There's one more match to come for you this afternoon. Decker and Wickerden
$100.
in a bit of a preview, really, for Group C. They'll be playing each other another 2 times more this week. They'll be hoping for more. If they do play each other 6, 7 times,
66.
means that they're going to be in Saturday night's lineup. Opportunity to win that £5,000, the weekly trophy, a spot in Champions Week. He's filling up at a rapid rate. This is
140.
week 7.
$140. Haruki Okada, 161.
Well, why not sign off in style? Could look at the bullseye just to make it 96.
65.
If he hits a 25, which he did do. Kuru Suzuki looking to put some pressure on, but now the only pressure she's put on is on herself.
$36. Haruki Okada, 96.
So plenty of time for Muramatsu to finish the job here. 96 required to do it in this visit. Treble 17.
36.
And that was the advantage of having that time. It allowed him to have that sloppy visit. There's going to be no time on this one.
135. Haruki Okada,
Muramatsu wants to
60.
get this one 141. I feel it's going to have to be now with that improvement on the finishing from Suzuki.
Game, shot, and the match. Haruki
He does get the
Muramatsu.
job done. A 4-1 win, the same scoreline that he won when they met first this week on Monday. And Haruki Muramatsu, in the end, only finishes 2 points off the top of the table and finishes well as well. An average just under 92, and he signs off with a second success over Suzuki. Coming next, Kordeka meets Chris Wickenden.
And so, the final fling of Group A sees Cordeka take on Chris Wickenden, and the pair will face off against one another in Group C on Thursday and Friday. But who's going to pick up the final points here in Group A? Let's find out. Chris and Matt.
First leg quarter through first. Game on.
So it is Pugs versus Decker, the Sheriff in this final contest of Group A. Both of them
97.
were in contention for a Group B finish, but neither of them are going to make it. It will be Group C. It will be 2 more meetings between the pair of them this week. And both have shown signs
120.
to impress, to give cause to anyone who thinks that they might make it to finals night to back them to do so. And we got a little bit of
60.
a scoop in terms of predictions from Matthew Edgar in the previous match. So we're going to divulge deeper into that one now. You think Cordeka, in particular, could even go all the way this week?
100.
I do. It's someone I've not come across before in a physical sense. It's someone I've seen on paper, numbers, averages, but when it's been
140.
brought to life, I've been impressed with the bits that I've seen, and there's just been a couple of little mistakes he's made along the way that you're not going to make
30.
every time. I think he could really be a danger in a Group C campaign.
And he gets that
140.
first start right. He's a danger at any point. He's dangerous in any leg. He's had this knack throughout the week of just finding a big visit
60.
at 140 or
Quarter
180
car
from
64.
nowhere. Doesn't need it in this leg because he's the man that's raced away after 2 140s. And that's
Game shot on the
exhibit
first
A
leg.
for
Cordeka.
in terms of his credentials to do really well this week. He will be
Second
going
leg,
into
Christopher
Group C with
first.
Chris
Game on.
Wickenden, Makuru Suzuki, and joined by Ricky Palmer, Shane McGurk, and Alex Small.
Well, there's someone I'm looking forward to seeing as well,
180.
actually. Shane McGurk. Had a couple of good stints here at the Super Series before. Knocking on the door of things, Shane McGurk.
134.
Yeah, I like him. Really rapid player as well. Alex Small is even faster.
$46.
And is this that big visit that we were just talking about?
180.
Behind in the leg, but then puts in a maximum to get in front in the leg. That won't be a good dart for Wickenden, that. Can't describe how good a dart
105.
that is. From the angle we saw, it didn't look as blocked as it really would have been. But you could see him stepping across. His darts really do dangle down over those trebles when
59.
they're above. It was a
Visual
fabulous
car,
start. And it's given the
170.
chance to take out a fabulous finish.
$100. Call your car 128.
There's that building, that stacking approach that these players like to have the darts lying down. I think the captain of that
92.
ship was
Chris, your car
Bill
70.
Taylor, the 16-time world champion.
And christened the understacker by the late great Sid Waddell. Double 16.
Game shot on
Hit
the
a few of
second
those
leg.
in
Chris
his time, didn't he,
Wickenden.
Phil Taylor?
Third leg quarter through first. Game on. $58.
There we see how much they do really dangle down over that
58.
treble 20. But when they do that, he has to switch, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can't put one on the top wire. He needs it underneath.
135.
The ideal dart for him is right on the bottom wire inside the treble.
Not that. I assume he'll be moving away.
82.
He does, to good effect. Kordecker, total opposite. His darts just stand to attention. He can hit treble 20 and block tops.
140.
Although for a man of his size, it doesn't mean he can't see it.
It's one thing as well when I say about the mistakes of Kordecker. Sometimes it comes down to his counting and his maths. He
100.
leaves himself in a spot of bother where he doesn't often need to. But he's got time on his hands here, so got plenty in hand, plenty of time.
96.
Playing very well, averaging 107.31 at the moment in this game.
It could be a decent sign-off, this, from Kordecker.
121. Call your car 72.
Because of the way his darts lie, this might not be the easy
Game
finish
shot on
for
the
him, but
third
there you
leg.
can see.
Kordecker.
He can just see straight into tops. And he used the top corner
Fourth
of
leg,
it.
Chris to throw
take
first. Game
The
on.
third leg of the match. The average still up at almost 105. So even there, he felt he had to move, Chris Wickenden. You could see how far
42.
above the treble it was. But because of that perpendicular angle, he felt it was blocking the bed. I remember once seeing Justin Pipe throw a dart, and it sort of was already leaning
41.
down, just under the treble 20. And he needed the bull, and the bull was blocked by the flight.
As a player, I used to hate playing Justin Pipe because you could never tell what his darts was in.
140.
You'd look up and you think, yeah, lovely, he's missed it all. And then they're right at 180.
$42.
Very, very long darts, wasn't they? The points on them. I think his points was as long as my darts was.
Yeah, unique.
96.
I often wonder how you get to that conclusion that you think, I know what I need. I need the world's longest darts.
We've already seen a good step from his opponent.
140.
Use that double barrel in the treble to hit the maximum. Yeah, I suppose that the thinking behind longer points is that a lot of players would see
59.
the point disappear all the way into the size of the board, meaning the barrel would be there, taking up more of the surface area. So the longer the point, in theory, the more room in the target.
100.
Problem with
Chris
that is it
Car,
affects the balance of the
164.
dart, so you might be thinking you're fixing one thing but breaking something else.
When I work with players, I often call it like an ironing process. Because you fix
47.
one thing and you cause creases elsewhere and you've just got to sort of work them all the way through.
You're traumatising me now. I've been there many times.
81.
Spend
Chris
25
Car,
minutes ironing something, they've
117.
done a great job and then hold it up and yeah. Non-iron, that's the way forward.
57.
That's non-iron.
Call
by
your
the way,
car,
not
97.
don't iron. Well, Decker's certainly found a setup that works for him.
77. Chris Car, 60.
No need to change the grip on this dart to keep it out of the way of tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Chris Wickenden.
Good finishing here from Chris Wickenden. It hasn't been his key strength this week. It's been one of the things
Fifth
that
leg
at
quarter
times
through
has
first. Game
been
on.
a little to be desired. It's really keeping him in this one here with Kordecker, a man who is outscoring him in the big stakes of the 140 pluses.
137.
Again, it's a little bit above the treble 20. He has to
96.
switch.
$100.
Well, they're the perfect ones you were talking about before, right
180.
across that bottom wire.
First that hits the bottom wire, it just looks so inviting. Chris Wickerden, a great time to get his second
100.
maximum of this game. Kordeka averaging around about the 100. Could be in a spot of bother here if a good bit of timing here from Chris Wickerden could come into play.
Blocked. Totally
58.
blocked. Both
Call
darts
your
on
car
the top wire.
164.
Rightly went across to the 18s to ensure he left to finish. Now the 18s for Decker would have left the ball.
90. Chris your car 167.
Even that's caused a switch. Not even in the same segment, but blocking the treble
119.
20 bed.
Call your car 74.
Ready for tops.
34. Chris your
See
car
there, the flight was
48.
blocking about maybe a third, a bit less than that of the bed, so that's why he stepped across. It's the ideal double for Wickenden, because that'll be a help.
Game shot on the
He's
fifth leg.
used
Chris
it
Wickerden.
beautifully off the barrel, into the bed, and into the lead.
Sixth leg. Chris to throw first. Game on.
He'd have to run to retrieve that dart. Looked like it might fall on the floor. Matthew Edgar's going to run upstairs, ready for some
99.
Premier punditry at the end of the day. You are stuck with me, I'm afraid, for the last leg or two of this tie.
40.
It may well be the last leg, because that is a poor opener from Decker, who started this match superbly. That's the perfect dart for Wickenden.
100.
Can't find any bedfellows.
$82. $100.
Wickenden closing in. If he wins this leg, he will actually leapfrog Kordeka and finish
60.
in fourth place in the table. Decker fifth, Suzuki sixth. The all-important places. Andreas Harrison first. He's through to finals night. Haruki Muramatsu second. Kevin Painter third. They'll be in Group B.
55.
Tear and Suzuki back in action in Group C.
$96. Chris your car 147. $59.
Chris closing in.
$134. Chris your car 88.
And can complete the win by bedding the bullseye.
63. Call your car 89.
Decker would want at least a dart of the ball to stay in this game. 19s will be the first port of call. 20s. And that gets him a dart at double five.
84.
But that dart
Chris
is
your car
missed, and
25.
Chris Wickenden now can close it out. Two eights. And that again should be a help. He'll be out of the way.
9. Call your car 5.
But it was too far out of the way to assist. Meaning Decker gets a go.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Double two,
Kordeka.
and we'll get a go at throwing for the win. Well, the fact that Kordeka has won that
Seventh
leg
and final
means
leg.
that
Call
he
to throw first. Game
will
on.
now definitely finish in fourth place. Even if Wickenden wins the match, he now
58.
can't finish any higher than 5th. So that is the league table confirmed. Decker 4th, Wickenden 5th, regardless of the result in this one.
55. $180.
4 in the match now.
100.
It's been a decent display by Decker, despite being level in the game and despite surviving darts to lose the game.
61.
The average is around 10 points more than that of his opponent.
$40. 85. 42. Corner car 117.
Double 16 to try and tee up tops.
45.
All we can do is hit and hope.
$58. Corner car 72.
So, to sign off with a win, Decker wants tops.
32.
Over the top. Both players have not had the greatest day, but that's the greatest way to end the day for Chris Wickenden. The match's 5th 180, his 3rd.
Game
But
shot in the match, Decker.
Help him pick up another win. That honour goes to Decker, who won 2 of his games today. Could not breach the top 3 and book a place in Group B, but he does win his final match of the day. Decker defeating Chris Wickenden by 4 legs to 3.
Thank you, Chris. So the Group A has come to its culmination now. Matthew Egger has joined me up here to assess what we've seen. Right, these are the results from today's session. And it really was a day, well, it was full of drama from first start to the last. But that's kind of been the story of the group.
It was never going to be a group that was sort of, well, I say not dominated by one man, but it ended up being done so by Andreas Harrison. It came down to a lot of moments, and that's why Andreas Harrison won this group. He was under pressure quite a lot today. There was a lot of people that pushed him close and really rivaled him, but then he just found a big finish or a well-timed 180. He has been the man to beat.
Well, let's go through the story of Andreas' day then, shall we? We'll begin with the game against Haruki Uematsu because this was the key game ultimately in the end. We'll begin by having a look at some of the key finishes that he pulled out the fire, and in particular this 120 to open up a 2-0 lead.
That whole game was all about Andreas Harrison. He literally dominated that match, and Muramatsu didn't show up. We bigged that game up as the game all day, and for Muramatsu, it was the only game in the entire day that he didn't perform in. Andreas Harrison came out, he hit the ground running, he dominated it from start to finish, and really had him under pressure from the start.
He kind of showed that willingness that great players have, that when it comes to the crunch, and it matters more than any other, they find that extra gear they need.
And it's easy to do when you're winning like Andreas Harrison has been doing, because it's just a continuation. It just feels a lot easier. You always have that little bit more faith in yourself when you go behind to dig yourself out of that position, because all you know is winning. And that's all he's known while he's been here. Yes, he's lost a couple of games to Kevin Painter, who beat him twice. But when we look at how he's performed in those matches, we can just... I just can't say enough positive things really about Andreas Harrison. That's what I'm finding quite a struggle, because I'm trying not to repeat myself constantly here, but he's dominated all the stats. He's had the most 180s, he had the best finish, he had the most tumbleless finishes, he's had the highest average of the week. He literally is top of everything, and including the table.
Well, it was the game against Core Decker which sealed his place ultimately into Saturday evening's final. A 4-0 victory, comprehensively done as well. There we go, the double 5 sealing the job for the Swede. Against Core Decker, who you think could harbour genuine hopes of winning the week.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing with Core Decker. I've not seen him play before. This is new to me. It's new to probably a lot of our viewers, because he does play on the PDC Nordic Baltic Tours. That you get some streamed events, but most of the time this is played behind closed doors. And he's been doing okay. But what I'm seeing from him here is I'm seeing that he's more than okay. He is borderline of being a player. He is doing so much right. He makes a couple of little mistakes, sometimes on the counting, sometimes just missing targets that he's going for when moving around the board. If he can just tighten up a little bit, he's going to be a player.
Well, let's have a look then and see how the final table shapes up in Group A, because we know Andreas Harrison is our first player through to the final on Saturday, but Kevin Painter taking that 3rd spot in the end has had a good day today, and I think there's parts of today where he's going to draw a lot of confidence going into the rest of the week.
Well, he should do. Whether he does or he doesn't, he should. Certainly when he switched darts, I don't like this setup. I don't like this little flight that he uses, those little triangular red ones. It doesn't work for him. It hasn't worked for him when we practiced together. It certainly didn't work for him there. I don't like the way the dart goes through the air. I don't like the way it lands. I don't like the way he has to throw it so perfectly in order to get the result. As soon as he switched back to what he's used for years and that setup, we got instant results. Will he draw confidence? Only he will know.
So that is how the table shapes up. This is the tournament bracket then. We're at the midway point of our week. The first group has culminated. Andreas Harrison is going to enjoy a couple of days off in and around Portsmouth. And now we're going to split the players up into groups B and C. C is going to be our attention tomorrow. And you look at the list of names in there. That looks absolutely horrid.
It looks open. Who's going to win that? I'm sure we could put this out on social media and we'll get 5 different winners for Group B and 6 different winners for Group C. I don't know if we've got a favourite in here. It's going to be interesting to see what the odds compilers go with. Where do they think the favourite is? They might potentially be looking at Mike Gillett, someone who's been playing a lot of darts on the WF Tour, recently had a semi-final this weekend as well up in Bridlington, and has won a week here before. So on most relevant form, you'd probably pick Mike Gillett out as somebody from the players coming in who could cause a stir.
Be interesting to see. Right, Matt, you're going to be departing us after today. It's been good fun, hasn't it, the last week?
It's been a very interesting week, and I'll be looking forward to the conclusion on Saturday night.
I look forward to working with you again soon. Me and Chris will be with you tomorrow. Hope you can join us as well, 1 o'clock on the YouTube channel, before then going live from 3 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV for all of the action in Group C. As far as Group A is concerned, well, there was just no fault line when it came to Andreas Harrison. He's into the finals.